Okay, are we ready? Oh, I forgot to put my other microphone on. Once. Okay, there we go. How are you guys doing today? My name is Michael Markowsky. Welcome to my studio. Today, we are going to look at some paintings by some of my favorite artists, and that's people like you. So, what we do, usually about once a month, although this has been a little while since I've done it, but once a month, we do one of these feedback episodes where I take a look at the art that you guys have been making for the past month, or in this case probably about 5 months since we last did one of these, because I took a little bit of a break there so I could work on my book, which I'm still frantically working on, but I'm hoping to start showing you guys some of the results of that process over the next few months here as we get a little bit closer to publishing this tome. Anyway, let's dive right into today's episode here. It's always, when I haven't done one of these in a while, it's always takes me a second to kind of remember how the whole ship functions here. So, maybe just a quick reminder to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. If you're new to the channel, all of the artwork that we're going to be seeing is things that people have uploaded to our Facebook group. So if you haven't joined the Facebook group, you got to do that, because not only do I go through, this is where I get all of the images we're about to look at, but this is also where an incredible community of people just like yourself are, who are, you know, encouraging and inspiring one another with the work that they've been doing. Often the vast majority of the stuff is not things that we're doing in class, but things that you guys are working on your own time outside of class. So join the Facebook group. Also, if you want to support the channel with a small donation, if you feel that some of the feedback that I'm giving you and other people is of interest, consider leaving a donation. As little as $1, as little as the price of a cup of coffee, to help keep the lights on and everything here. Because after this, I'm going to spend the next 8 hours grading assignments for my my classes at Emily Carr University. Whew, so I'm psyching myself up for that. A long night of grading. Don't worry, no one's going to pass or fail this class. So consider doing that. Thank you to all of those of you who have been supporting the channel throughout these years. So I just want to begin here right off the top to, I think, show you one of our community members here. This is Sandra's artwork. And I think that's Sandra sitting there on the floor, and she's made this gigantic, beautiful painting, I believe as a commission for a friend here who's looks like they're right about ready to pop. And what a beautiful painting. And the reason why I want to show you this is we have some images of the work in progress here, and she's using this doodle grid method to enlarge the artwork from this photograph, and then to sort of, I guess, you know, you could call it like transferring it onto the larger canvas. And here's another photo of the painting in progress. I think it's fantastic. But, you know, what I think was very touching for me personally is that Sandra sort of titled this post to the Facebook group, "Before and After Michael Markowsky," which is me. And I'm assuming that this here on the left here is a painting of an earlier artwork that Sandra had been making, and then this is kind of a brand new one, and just based on maybe some of the lessons and things that we've talked about in class, and sort of seeing them side by side, I think is you know, it's very touching for me personally as a teacher, but I think more broadly for anyone who's sort of a little bit at the you know, just starting out, or, you know, at the beginning of their creative journey, seeing that kind of a transformation should be really exciting and extremely encouraging, because we all, you know, need to crawl before we walk, before we run, and now Sandra's running and doing incredible great things, and Sandra's there in the chat as well. But, you know, I think sometimes I think a number of people are going to see some of these paintings we're about to see and like, wow, that's impossible. That'll never happen for me. And here, Sandra is a shining example of someone who was, you know, maybe a little bit, probably, I think a lot of people might identify with those kind of early struggles as an artist. And now she's sort of got it and running, and that's very, very exciting. So I just wanted to share that right off the top. Where do I want to go to next? Well, you know what? What I like to do is I like to kind of talk about some of the things that we've done in class, and then after that, I'm going to come back and take a look at the work that you guys have been doing on your own. So I want to start out here. I think where we left off was talking about Franz Marc, and and Franz Marc was a painter who died early, way too soon, and this is one of, well, actually, sorry, we got a lot of versions of this. Okay, so here's Deborah's version of the painting, of this famous Franz Marc Blue Horse painting, and we've got Donna's version here. Oops, just too close. Gemini, Heidi, Paula, Tanya's in the studio. Oh, there's the original in the background. That looks great. And there's the finished one. And then I kind of shared at the beginning here, this is Deborah's version here, but she's also chosen to kind of turn it from the blue horse into a horse inspired by her daughter's horse, which I thought was fantastic. I love when people kind of customize these famous artworks, make them a little bit more personal, so that when it's on your wall, or if you give it to a friend or family, there's an additional connection, not just to art history and having recreated a great painting from history, but now there's something even more special that is completely unique, but it kind of begins from the inspiration from another artist. So maybe I'll just begin right here with Deborah's piece here. I love, you know, the addition of the brown certainly makes it really changes it, right? Because the original colors are very, very saturated, and here now we have this much more muted palette, and that muted palette, or like I guess of the horse anyway, really stands in contrast to those, you know, bright yellows and pinks and reds and blues, right? I think did a great job. It is funny though that because now that the color is more quote unquote naturalistic, or, you know, at least, you know, brown like the original horse, some of the things in the original painting that I think maybe we might have taken for granted kind of become a little bit more apparent, just sort of, I guess, a little bit of the awkwardness of Franz Marc's horse, because he never really intended to make a photorealistic painting of a horse. So just sort of, and I say that not saying that Deborah didn't do a good job here, but I have participated in several exhibitions with the Calgary Stampede, and which is a big rodeo in Calgary, Alberta, the greatest outdoor show on earth, they like to say. And what is very interesting is when you get a bunch of cowboys and cowgirls looking at paintings of cows and horses and farm equipment and stuff, because they spend all day with it, they notice all of the inconsistencies. These are great. Wow, this is another, so fantastic, Deborah. This is, I guess, you know, the more faithful adaptation of the original. That's great. It's almost, I mean, I can't remember how the original or how I did it, but just the way that these brushstrokes are applied, it almost looks like a palette knife in places. That's great. Donna, same thing. It is a little bit darker in places. Looks like you got the blackout or mixed your own black, which is, you know, not quite what was in the original, because I think part of those kind of avant-garde artists of the time was really trying to do things very differently than artists of the past. And probably, I don't know if there's any black actually in the original, but you know, it does. The one thing with adding black, and I like how you put a little bit of white in there to turn this into a gray, because black tends to kind of leap forward and come right up to the foreground. So it's nice that if this is a black up here, that this is just a little bit lighter, so that it, or sorry, that this, that the black on the mane of the horse works because it's in the foreground. Any other black elsewhere might kind of cause this weird perceptual thing where things in the background seem to come forward and maybe even in front of the other image. Look at all of you guys in the chat there. So many people saying hello. Okay. Here's Gemini's. This is great too. Wow. It's interesting, you know, this very textured paper. We can really see it here. It almost, is this? I was going to say it looks like pastels. It is pastels. Cool. I like that. For this kind of painting, pastels I think actually work really well, because it is a little bit harder to mix oil pastels. And so some of these paintings, which are really bold colors right out of the tube, you know, are very suit the pastels very well. Another great painting, Heidi. This is fantastic. It looks like this blue is a little bit darker. I wonder how that got so dark. I wonder. Oh, and Heidi points out the relationship between Sang-Yu and Matisse and Franz Marc. I haven't thought about that. That is interesting. I don't know the relationship between those other two artists and Franz Marc, although it wouldn't surprise me if there was some awareness of one another. Maybe not of Sang-Yu. Paula, that's great. Again, the fact that you're drawing these without using the templates is pretty fantastic, because horses are pretty complex. These are great. I don't really have anything that I can add to these here, because I am the last person to give anybody criticism on horse anatomy, because I know zero about it. Let's go to, there's a few here. Well, actually, let's look at Maria's. What's that one? So this, there was, I think did I put both of these in the Dropbox folder? I can't remember, but this is another Franz Marc painting, arguably maybe even more well known, the Yellow Cow, and that's a really wonderful rendition of this. I really like how textured that paint is on there. That is wild. That's great. I love that. You can really see, I mean, very different approach than if we had tried to paint this and have much more flat colors that aren't quite so painterly. I like that. That's really cool. And then so Heidi did a sort of a version of, I guess, a Franz Marc. Oh, I thought this was Heidi's own version of it. Maybe this is Franz Marc's fox, also known as the blue and black fox. I'm not aware of this one. That is cool. I like that too. That's nice. That'd be a nice, fun one for other people to do as well, if you're interested. Very cool. Okay, let's move on here to Vincent van Gogh. Now, I just realized there might be a few of these. I haven't had a chance to sort them all into folders, but I don't know if other people did one of these paintings. If you did, and you're watching in the chat, let me know, and I'll see if I can dig it up through all the other files I have here. Here's Eleanor's version of Van Gogh's self-portrait, or the self-portrait without a beard, as it's come to be known. There's Maria's and Paula's. These are great. What's funny about, like, Van Gogh's own self-portrait of himself without a beard is how it only barely looks like the Van Gogh that we know from Van Gogh's own self-portraits, which is not unusual. You know, if I shaved my mustache, would everybody recognize me on the street? If maybe not, right? Facial hair can just, or hair in general on the top of your head or your eyebrows or the lack thereof can make for quite the change. This is really nice. Great job, Eleanor. You know, the great application of paint, really visible brushstrokes, which is, you know, right up there with Van Gogh's approach. Do I have that one around here somewhere? I might have filed it away already, because I can't remember the color. Was it really that? It might have been all that orange, or it does look like he's definitely got quite the tan. That's great. Well done. And here's Maria's. You know, this one's quite different than one we just looked at, right? Just in terms of the color choices. Especially the way that, Maria, you've painted the whole painting, really. We have, you know, those very intense brushstrokes, which really captures the way that Van Gogh, especially kind of at this period towards the end of his life, we really get that just, it's the urgency of the way that he was painting is so incredible. The one thing is, we could see that the backgrounds are both treated a little bit differently. This one, the background in Maria's is very soft, and it almost looks like a bit like an out of focus background if you use the, you know, a shallow depth of field and photography and get that bokeh. So it is that's a little bit of, can't think of a, Van Gogh might have done that earlier on his career, but not really in this period. So it is interesting to see that juxtaposition of the you know, this sharp lines in the face and then the smooth background. I don't mind it. It's just very different. I think, you know, this Eleanor's might be a little bit more faithful to the original. One thing I do like about what Eleanor's done here is it's kind of hard to see, but we see this sort of crisscross of brushstrokes that are going like that. And Van Gogh employs that technique a lot. And that's just a really nice, simple way to create something, some detail in the background that that activates the background. So I really like that. And, you know, it's, I wouldn't go and change anything here, Maria, but it is something to think about maybe going forward, if maybe we had a bit more of that, a bit more texture, I think, in the background. I like the colors in the background. It's almost just like, rather than kind of smearing and blurring them out, I think keeping those there would be nice. And then this is awesome, Paula. I love the colors you've chosen here. I like the really dramatic contrasts of colors and these very dramatic, and when I say dramatic, I just mean like sort of the opposite of subtle, right? We have these contrasting colors, contrasting brushstrokes, contrasting directions of brushstrokes, as I just mentioned, are all kind of signature elements of Vincent van Gogh's art. Okay. I'm going to move forward. It sounds like an interesting conversation there in the chat. I'm just going to move forward. You guys talking about Greg's exhibition. So the next artist we're going to talk about is David Shrigley. David Shrigley. Why did blah blah blah? Okay, so David Shrigley, a British artist that we talked about, and we did 4 paintings by him. And what was kind of fun about this one is, if I recall, I used different colors for the imprimatur of all 4 paintings, and just to sort of, so we could see the difference that those different colors might ultimately impact the paintings. And I thought that it's just a fun experiment to do. So if you haven't done something like that, you can easily just sort of divide a canvas into 4 and put 4 different colors down, and then apply, a white with maybe a little bit of matte medium or something over top of it, so that you can see how the painting will glow from within with sort of slightly different colors, right? And those colors can subconsciously affect the way that a person might interpret a painting, and might, even if the paintings look identical otherwise, one might say, oh, this one is so joyous and happy, versus someone looks at the other one like, oh, there's a melancholy vibe to this painting. Anyway, these are great, Kathy. Come on, let's zoom in. Well done. Painting all that text, as I mentioned during that episode, is not easy. So anyone attempting to do that it's really exciting to see. Here's Paula's versions. And Paula used a Sharpie to help. I imagine that's a Sharpie. I think, just again, I think I may have mentioned before that you want to be careful if you use a pen, especially a Sharpie, in your painting, because over time that Sharpie is going to change color and potentially even cause the paper to deteriorate, because it contains acidic components that will affect the paper and cause it to slowly disintegrate. Here's Frida Erickson. This is my daughter. She enjoys painting too. This is what she did a couple days ago. Wow, that's so amazing. Frida, your daughter did that painting. Wow. Oh my goodness. That is so exciting that your daughter was able to do that painting. I love the addition of these little bit more fluorescent pink colors. Oops. Let's try to zoom in. Wow. That's really impressive. That pink works really well with the pink of the dog itself, because it's got this champagne gold, I think, as Apple likes to refer to that color. And then that fluorescent pink is a really nice innovation. Great job. Tell your daughter she's a great artist. That's amazing. Here's a couple more by Paula. These are great. Oh. Here's Roxana's. Cool. Looks great. Nothing I can add to these. These look great. Yeah, what am I going to say? These are all fantastic. Here's Sandra's. And Sandra's, I think, is going for 50 of these Master Studies paintings. So I think last time, today as I was prepping, I saw she was up to 45. So here's number 34, though. Wow. Very smooth, great brush control. Especially in the words. Are those... Is that a paintbrush or a Posca pen? Very nice. Very, very well done. Here's another Sandra painting. Here's number 35. Oh, okay, so we got a few of these. So 35. That looks great. Was it always that intense pink? I just thought it was Frida's daughter who came up with that innovation. Maybe that was in the original David Shrigley painting. Here's number 36 and number 37. These all look great. Well done. Great job, Sandra, and the rest of you. Oh, and here's all of them together. Some of them without the words yet. I think, and I probably mentioned when we filmed this episode, that this is a great episode, obviously for children, to collaborate with a kid to make a painting like this. But I think it's also, you could really see the potential for painting any animal, or even a person's face in this super, super simplified style. And just using any combination of very, very bright, saturated colors that are painted in a flat manner, meaning that there's no really visible brush strokes, I think, at least in the solid areas. Obviously, you know, if we have in the raccoon, we can see the brushstrokes, but the those solid shapes, I think, is very, very satisfying. Sandra says, I'm aiming to do 100 master studies. Okay, I thought it was 50 before, but you're getting into it. That's amazing. It's exciting. Okay, let's move on here to Monet. And so here's Monet's haystacks, and there's Greg's. Paula's. Vanya's. Oh, and there's, what's the difference between these two? I think one is just maybe lower resolution. Interesting. So let's well, let's stay right here, or maybe let's kind of go through them real quick. This is a really good painting to work on for color and understanding relationships between colors and understanding the Impressionist philosophy with using super contrasting colors side by side. I don't think there's a single drop of black paint in this entire painting. So if you're watching this for the first time and you haven't done this painting, this might be a good little exercise for some of you to do. This is great. Well done, Vanya. The one thing I would say is it feels like there's a lot of white in these colors. Like every color here, except for some of this red, appears to have a little bit of white in it, which is not a bad thing. It's just that everything then starts to have that pastel quality, and that pastel quality kind of has almost like an Easter egg quality, because Easter, a lot of Easter colors are tinted, right, and have that pastel quality. So and I can't, maybe the original has a lot of white in it. If it is, that would surprise me. Again, it's been a few months since we painted this one. I would think though that Monet would have used more saturated colors, especially in the foreground. Here's Paula's version of it. This is also great. The one thing I would say, Paula, is trying to have, how would I explain this? The way that Monet would often paint is, it's like the same brush stroke is not just, you know, like one color is not just applied in one area, but he's also applying it all over the place. Yes, there's a major concentration, let's say, in this haystack here with the pinks and blues, but he also takes some of those colors and applies them elsewhere. And I do see you've got some of that there, but I think we want even more, like especially like this yellow of the sunset and behind, or sunrise, having a bit more yellow elsewhere. I think it's just a part of the way that the Impressionists painted, and specifically Monet, so that there's, I don't even know the metaphor to explain that, but that no color is sort of existing on the canvas in isolation, that there's more of that color elsewhere, so that they're kind of balancing the scales all over the place, so that, yeah, there might be a lot of yellow here, but there's little bits of yellow elsewhere, and that's balanced out by maybe pink over here and a little bit of pink over there, so that everything is sort of balancing each other and offering that great contrast. Pascal says Monet did do a few versions of the same painting each time. Well, yes, yeah, absolutely. Monet did do probably 20 different versions of the haystacks and of the Rouen Cathedral and of all sorts of different things. Yes, that is true. I mean, it's possible that people are painting different versions of the painting that we did together. That's true. And I think, you know, the reason that Monet did all of those different versions is I think he was fascinated with the way that color, or light, affects color, I should say, and that different times of the day carry with them very different colors, even though let's say the level of light is the same, right? It's still the same level of brightness, but some of the, like in the way this one looks, this has like, you know, a winter morning quality versus, let's say, Vanya's here has more of like a spring or summer morning, right? We still see maybe some of that cool blue that's burning off in the horizon, but we have this kind of much warmer yellow of the sun. Very interesting. I don't really know if I can add anything more to these. These are great. Let's just keep on going here. So we did a painting based on Mark Rothko's Blue and Yellow, which a lot of people were saying bore a resemblance to the Ukrainian flag, which I have here behind me, which is on its side. It's, you know, the blue is on the top and the yellow is on the bottom, like a blue sky over a wheat field, which may or may not be the actual origin of the flag. I've never really looked into that. But the difference being that well, you could see it right here. The difference being that Rothko has the colors inverted, and I'm quite positive, you know, when he painted this painting in the 60s or 70s, he made this. I'm sure the Ukrainian flag probably existed, but not. I'm sure he's probably not aware of it in any way whatsoever. It would have been probably a very obscure thing that maybe some revolutionaries, anti-communists would have had in Ukraine or outside of Ukraine, probably more likely. And you know, well, you know, it is true that Rothko did live in an area and lived and worked in an area of New York City that had a little Kiev, which is down in the Lower East Side. So now that I'm thinking about it, maybe there were Ukrainian flags flying in little Kiev in the 50s and 60s and 70s, where he had his studio and lived. I don't know. That's now you got me thinking here. Now I gotta want to do some more research into that. And here's Maria's kind of customization of the painting. Judge it yourself and change it to judge your selfie. I'm not really sure what that. I guess is that a suggestion for Putin to examine himself, perhaps. It's pretty funny. I like that. Okay. So let's push on forward here. Let's look at the paintings that we recreated by Nicole Eisenman, who, as I mentioned during this episode, is probably one of the most important living contemporary artists of you know, I think she's probably in her early to mid 50s right now, so she's still got, you know, another 40 years or so of painting ahead of her, and or them as they like to be referred to in some interviews that I've read. They are non-binary, and anyway, they are you know, someone to start keeping an eye on if maybe you're not as familiar with contemporary art as you might be with art from the past, or so-called modern art. So that there's a difference between modern and contemporary art. We always think of, like, we're living today in this modern art, but modern art we tend to think of as being somewhere from like 1850 to 1970 or something, and then everything from there is considered to be more contemporary art. Anyway, Here's Kathy's version of the painting of the, was it the Crying Sailor, or Crying Fisherman, I think it's called. Here's Lisa's. Oh, we got a few different versions. Some of these different states. And Paula's. Okay, so here's Paula's version. You know what's funny is, again, Paula's, I think, often painting in her sketchbook, and you even managed to get a little bit of texture in your paint there to build that up. Obviously, the original has a lot of texture. You know, as this is my version of it, and even from the side, you can see how it kind of builds up there. It is very satisfying. Our daughter loves playing with this painting so much, I had to kind of put it away because she's into this phase where she loves just picking things, tearing the paint off, or if there's any sort of texture, she'll peel it right off. But that turned out great, Paula. I don't know if there's anything I can offer here. I like the way that the paint is applied. It's really, really quite nice. And so here's Lisa. Which one is the final one? Okay, so that's the first, second, third. Okay, so there's the final. Oh, interesting how it appears to kind of change a little bit. You can see before you kind of added another black dot into the eyes, the fisherman appears to be sort of looking off to the, I guess, your left or his right. And then the final one, now he's looking directly at us. And it's, you know, I don't know why that, just something that occurs to me that, you know, often people talk about like paintings, that eyes that follow you around the room. And often artists can do that by creating eyes that are almost a little bit unspecific. Like it's hard to tell exactly where they're looking, or even sometimes artists by mistake maybe, or intentionally, have the eyes kind of pointing in different directions, so that if you're looking at the painting from a different place, depending on which eye you're looking at, it sort of appears that that face is looking at you. Again, the texture building up. It is really hard to build up that texture unless you're using something like a paste that you can mix into your paint that will dry without losing its density. Most acrylic paint has a kind of a self-leveling quality, which means as it dries, it's going to kind of shrink and kind of settle and lose its texture a bit. Unlike oil paintings, which don't contain any water, so as it dries, it's not like that water disappears and then the paint will kind of sag or anything, which acrylic paint will. So if you are interested in building up, you really like that thick impasto texture of a paint, you would want to consider getting, you know, like a matte medium, like a heavy gel, as I have here. I'll just... I think that's I think this is exactly what I put in there. So the only this is they have heavy gel, and this is the extra heavy gel, which means it's just going to keep its shape almost exactly the way when the brush leaves the canvas. It's going to look exactly the way. And this is also matte, so you can obviously get glossy. As you may know, I much prefer the matte versions of various different paints. And then we'll end with this image here by Kathy. Wow, like that red that you've got in here on his cheeks is so intense and vibrant. I actually really like that kind of a little bit of an addition to the painting. It's not quite as intense in mine, but I think because it looks like I used a warm red for the face, and it looks like you've got a bit more magenta in there that gives it a bit more of a hot pink quality. Maybe I'll just, let's see, put these. So you can just see the colors just a little bit different on yours versus mine. But I like that. I think that innovation makes... We should give Nicole a call and tell him to change the painting. Okay. All of these are great. I haven't seen really anything so far that I feel like needs us to... needs any serious work. The White Wasabi says, can I still send a drawing to you for feedback? Yes, you can, but I won't have a chance to incorporate it into today's episode, but we'll do another one next month. There are a lot of drawings I'll talk about later on in today's episodes that other people have submitted. And yes, join the Facebook page and upload them to the Facebook page. Because there's still people... Thousands of people have, or hundreds of thousands of people have taken that drawing course. And I get lots of messages to my Instagram because when I was doing that course 2 years ago, I was like, upload it to the Instagram and I'll take a look. And then now I rarely use my Instagram anymore. And sometimes I check and there's dozens of messages and they're like, oh my goodness, I got to post something on there saying, send it to the Facebook group instead. Anyway, this is another Nicole Eisenman painting. Here's two different versions by Paula and Frida as well. This one, I did the Crying Fisherman by Nicole Eisenman, and then this one, what was this one called? I can't remember what it was called, but this one is the more complex one versus the Crying Fisherman is a little bit more of a little easier and maybe a little bit more playful, whereas this one has a lot more detail, and I think this one took me like 4 hours and a half or whatever to finish it. But great job, Frida. I really like what you've managed to do here. What can I add? I don't know. It's interesting. I'm trying to remember the way that Nicole painted the dogs in the background. I think you've nailed it pretty closely, especially at this size. It's pretty, when I was painting this, I was like, wow, no wonder Nicole painted this on such a much larger canvas, because there's a deceptive amount of detail in here. And Paula, I love the way that the face that you painted here on this figure. I'm trying, what is it? You kind of got like a Pinocchio face. Not just because of the shape of the nose, but just even the blush on the cheeks and stuff. Great job. These are all awesome. What a great group of artists here. Let me see. What did... You know what? So, I think... Should we... Let's look at the Chagall, and then we'll I'll move to taking a look at the artworks that you guys have made for the rest of today's episode, because I think I've got 260 images that you guys have sent over the past few months to go through. So I'd love to kind of clear up that backlog of great work that you guys have created so that we can focus on future episodes looking at all brand new stuff. So here's Marc Chagall's Circus. This was a really fun painting, and if you recall, I, for whatever reason, made for the first hour and a half of painting this painting, I just was not streaming it live. I was just talking to myself, and so the video sort of starts halfway through after I've got a little bit of the paint on there. So. But I ultimately don't think people missed too much, and I tried to explain what people had missed. But here's Gerald's version of the painting. Here's Maria's. It's got a little bit more on there. And Paula's. Let's go back to Gerald's here. Wow, that's great. One thing I like about what you've done here, Gerald, is just even the outlining of the white. I don't think that's in the original, but I think it's a great innovation. I think that really adds something to it. Even kind of the way that you've outlined some of, or just in a different way, instead of like with a Posca pen outlining some of these figures in the shadow, but just a little halo of white around these, or kind of yellowish white around these figures, I think is a really nice addition to the painting that is not there. Even a little bit of white around here. So this is a great reminder of, just because the artist who created these artworks that we're studying from did something, it doesn't mean you have to do that exactly, and it doesn't mean that you can't embellish or add additional things that you think should be there in your version of the painting, because after all, that's your painting that's going to be up on the wall of your apartment or house or office. And I think if you feel it needs something else, something more, a different color, or additional details, you should put those in. You shouldn't feel that just because it's not in the original that you can't add it to yours, right? So that's a really nice change here. Same sort of thing. Maria, it looks like, has gone in and added a lot more white into these figures in the background that gives it the kind of the glow of the lights from the circus performer, from the lights that are on the circus performers, and it just really kind of activates the audience. Whereas in the original, the audience is there, but they're kind of not only are they faceless, but they sort of dissolve into the background. So I really like these changes that both Maria and Gerald have done to the original here. So I think this is a little bit more finished version of Maria's. That's great. Even adding a little bit more details, like on this clown here, I don't remember that being in the original. I certainly don't remember myself painting it. That's great. And you know, those kinds of things, what that tells me is an increasing confidence as an artist. When people do that, that tells me that they're feeling like, yeah, I feel more and more confident in my ability as an artist to take some liberties with the original, versus someone who's maybe just starting out is a little bit like, I don't want to desecrate this original. I don't want to kind of mess it up by adding my own touches to it. Once you kind of do a few of these and you kind of get a little bit further down that pathway as a creative person, you start feeling like, yeah, I think I can add something to it and not ruin it or destroy it, or completely change it from the original to the point where it's some debasement of it or something. Those are great. And then very different version here from Paula too. Wow. I think one of the things with the original is it's a lot darker, especially on the sides. It's almost like there's like a vignette. And Paula's kept this one much lighter and brighter on the sides, which makes it, for me, for this painting, it makes it almost look like it's outside. Like as if it's, rather than in like a big top tent, like it's in a coliseum or something where the sky is visible. And again, that doesn't, it doesn't bother me. I don't find that upsetting in any way. It just sort of transforms it. It changes it into something else entirely. So, if Paula did want to sort of bring it back a little bit closer to the original, what we could do is add some darker paints, like darker blues and pinks into the sides, and even add a little bit of black potentially in there. Like if we look at Maria's, look how much darker it is, these dark blues and things on the sides, up in the corners, down here on the bottom, that Paula hasn't incorporated. But again, I don't mind that. It's just, it creates a different effect. Very cool. Sandra says, yes, I was going to do 50 master studies before, and then a friend said 100 would be crazier. So I said, all right, let's do 100. Cool. Okay, so let's move, yeah. Because I think what I want to do next time is, I'd love to do an episode where we just look at the artists from Ukraine that we focused on, because we did a lot of artworks based on great Ukrainian artists. And we'll just do a whole episode dedicated to that, I think. So where should we start this? Okay, so let's take a look at the artworks that you guys have been making on your own time outside of class, based on things that inspire you. So we'll begin here with our friend Carlito, and this painting, that looks like a, what's his name? Like Franz Hall's almost. I don't know who the original artist that inspired this painting is. Great job, well done. Something about that lip, I feel almost like a little bit more hair there, but I mean, you got the colors on the face bang on. Also, I mean, the reason why I say Franz Hals is because Hals is famous. He was like probably one of the earliest painters to really adopt what we would call like a painterly style, where there's just like a freedom of brush work that we don't really see for another 100 years until the Impressionists appear. And so your application of paint really reminds me of that. Here's another one. This is after Rembrandt. And it's interesting because at some point you talk about the artist Glenn Brown, who's a contemporary British artist. But I see a lot of Glenn Brown in the way that you applied the paint to this face. And as we'll see here shortly, we'll come back to that. Here's some apple studies that you did. Here's some Basquiat. This is the original. This is a portrait of Warhol and Basquiat together that Basquiat did. Here's a portrait of a gladiator. Here's a discus thrower. I'm not sure if I don't have the final version of these. You're always creating a lot of artwork. Here's a horror sketch. That looks a lot like a... gosh, we did a couple paintings by him. Canadian artist. Oh, it's just going to drive me nuts now. Here's a Monet that you did, Carlito. John Singer Sargent. Wow, these are awesome. You're really getting really great at your handling of paint here. I think these are all oil paints, if I recall. That's often what you're using. This is also really nice. The shadow and the colors that you're, the temperatures of colors that you're applying for these different areas is very effective. Really good. I mean, I might say this is a little bit too red. I think it could just use a little bit more purple in there. Not all over the whole thing, but pretty darn close. That's really great. Potato. You know, just these very simple studies of vegetables and fruit are, you know, there's a reason why so many great artists did little paintings just like this, is because you learn a lot from a little simple, humble painting of a potato. Here's one of the paintings of Bonaparte we did, but as a sketch. Here's your version of the Van Gogh skeleton with cigarette. I love these. I don't know what this was. I think you titled this Whip Mozo. I don't know what that means. Here's your version of a Rio Pell painting. And this is, you said, this is based, kind of inspired by Glenn Brown, that British artist. And you can really see it in this painting. So this is very emblematic of the way Glenn Brown paints in a way that one of the things Glenn Brown is most famous for is making paintings that appear to have a lot of texture. So what he might have done, let's say if he was trying to recreate our Nicole Eisenman painting, is instead of putting like heavy matte gel in, mixing that into the paint to get these thick impasto textures, is that he does it all illusionistically, in that he paints it so there's literally no texture, but it appears that the paint is really goopy and thick. And so it's very evident that how you've been inspired by Glenn Brown, and how you've decided to kind of apply his technique towards other artists, which, you know, Glenn Brown is also very famous for doing these flat versions of Frank Auerbach, who's was he German, or I'm not sure where Auerbach is from. Maybe he's Austrian. Anyway, but Glenn Brown has also done versions of other people's paintings in his own style, which is very, very interesting approach. Okay, we're going to move on here. Here's Carolyn's version of Monet's Water Lilies with Japanese Bridge. Again, Monet, when he moved to the little town outside of Paris called Giverny, and built a house and gardens and spent the rest of his life, made hundreds of paintings that look similar to this, where there's this little Japanese bridge in his backyard, and the pond, and koi fish, and water lilies. Well, I don't know if there's koi fish in there, but so this is Carolyn's version of it. I think this is great. I think this is a really great painting. The one thing I would say is it appears, at least, that there's a little bit of black in your darker paints. Potentially, maybe some of this here is not black, but it's just a really dark blue. But the one thing, again, with the Impressionists, not always, but one of their hallmarks in many of their paintings is avoiding the use of black whenever possible, and instead of using black, putting in dark versions of the complementary color, the color that's opposite, that contrasts. So instead of painting, so let's say you've got this, we'll do this here. So let's say you've got this green here, and you want to put a shadow on the green. Instead of using green and just putting a little bit of black into the green to darken it, what Monet would have done is taken some red and had like a really dark brown in that shadow. And let's say, so for instance, in the I don't know what it is, these lilacs or lilacs that appear to be hanging from above. So he's using these kind of purples. Instead of putting black in there, he would add yellow as the opposite color. So like, again, kind of like a orangey color into the shadow. And let's say into these flowers, instead of this red, you know, he's got the green of the leaves, but then he might use something maybe a little bit more like a blue or a bit more yellowy color in those shadows, if that makes any sense. So it's that contrast of colors that is the signature of the Impressionists here. But, you know, this is a really great start here. I think just understanding how the application of the paint in kind of these very visible brushstrokes is a big deal. And then it's sort of, then we start learning all the other facets. I know it can be so super overwhelming to try to remember all those things. Oh, we got some Russian trolls here in the chat. That's awesome. Always love those. Paula says, yes, I'll make the painting a little bit darker on the edges to keep the teacher happy. Well, I don't think you have to redo or modify your painting in any way, Paula. I'm just saying that it is, if you want to get a little bit closer to the original of that that painting, you may want to just consider that the edges were a little bit darker. Okay, Kathy's next up here. Wow, look at that. This is really nice. It's interesting you photographed it on this kind of rusty red blanket or towel, which actually really suits this painting. I mean, it's basically exactly the color we've got in your middle ground here and some of these flowers. So if you were going to frame this, you've got a really, a color that really complements this painting very well. That's one of the trickiest things to do is to think of a color that works really well to frame a picture with. I used to work in a framing store for a few years, and sometimes I would just rack my brain trying to come up with, like, should it be red or blue or white? I think you can't really go wrong with black or white or even a gray. Not always, but gray can often also work. Let me see. Just turning on some fans so I don't overheat my cameras here. But this is great. Trying to think if there's anything I could add here. The one thing I would say is this middle ground and even your background, I feel like are a little bit undefined. Like I want more information in those spaces, because you've got this really beautiful foreground, all the colors in here. I feel like, what are we looking at here? Is this a field or a river? Same thing with the mountains. Having a little, like, what's nice is when we start adding a little bit of detail, like these different slightly darker areas. But we need, I think, a little bit more information. And I don't mean we have to put in a ton of detail. It's just because sometimes all you need to do is sprinkle maybe a few more little flowers, a few little red dots that are going to be a little bit more pastel than these, right? Sort of like what you got here, just a couple little dots that tell us that this space in the foreground sort of continues and wraps all the way around this other patch of green, which is a great addition. That is, I think without that green, this painting would be really lacking, but that really helps break up our middle ground space. Just a little thing to think about. This is a great version that Kathy's done here of a Maud Lewis painting. You can't go wrong with a Maud Lewis painting. She was one of the greats. Such an incredible, positive person. Love that. Kathy also did this version of the Gustav Klimt, Mother and Child, which we did for, I think, Christmas a few years ago. Really well done. Especially the hair. That's what really impresses me about this painting. I think this cheek... It looks a little bit like it's missing the cheekbone up here for this little child. I think that cheek shape there, again, not a big deal at all, but just sort of thinking about doing my best to try to help people if they're feeling like there's something amiss with the painting. That would be maybe a little change. I think it might be pretty hard to fix this because you'd have to mix some of these skin tones again in order to kind of add a little bit of skin on top of here. So it might be just best left alone, but you know, just a little thing like that in the future. Okay, we'll talk about these in a future episode. Let's talk about this here, because we did this for the Remembrance Day last year, right? That's also really well done. I'd have to remember how she originally painted this area underneath that, but the rest of the colors are really fantastic. The way that this is all painted kind of has, again, that nice glow that Mary Ritter Hamilton employed so well in this particular painting. These sort of chalky trenches on the Somme. Wow. Okay, so now this is really, so this is a Ted Harrison painting, and we did this painting last year, and you've done a great job here, Kathy, with this Ted Harrison. And you know, one of the things that I always think, the reason why I'm showing so many, how to paint so many different artworks, is that hopefully when people experiment with different styles, they start to find one or two that really just aligns perfectly with their own natural way of painting. And this, I think, works really well for you, at least from the paintings that we've seen so far. These much more solid colors, I think, is really effective. And obviously some of the other, like you chose the Maud Lewis, I think works really well for you, and this as well. But it might be just worth just sort of thinking about which paintings do I like the most and which are the easiest ones for me to make and most satisfying, right? Kathy says, this is my first attempt at doing a painting on my own. And so here's, I think this is maybe your cat and then your version of the cat. I'm so proud of you for doing a painting on your own outside of class and just seeing how it turns out and taking that big leap. You know, when we were talking about Sandra's painting at the very beginning of the episode, right? And it's kind of scary leaping off into the unknown like that. But the only way we get better is by taking those risks. And this is great. I think there's some really great things going on here. First of all, I like the way that you've painted the color. I don't know if there's a yellow or something underneath, but there's, even though this background is for the most part a solid unified color, there's still little nuances of difference in there, which I love. And I like how the shadow in the background is very subtle on the back wall here. I think that's really nice. And it's, you know, it's interesting that, you know, you had, this was your original, and you decided to kind of put this, change the background up instead of being on the couch. And I think that also works really, really well. I think it was a smart choice because it focuses our attention. When we see this original photo, you know, there's just a lot going on. All these couch cushions, there's someone sitting on the couch, you know, on the wall. It's just, I think if you tried to paint this painting as it is with this highly detailed couch cushion too, it just would have been, you know, it would have really taken away from the cat. So I think this is really effective. A few things that I would say that we could do, I don't know, it's not really apparent in the picture. The face is a little bit blurry. Looks like the cat was moving a little bit, as cats tend to do. They don't tend to be very cooperative painting subjects. We don't really see a reflection in the eyes, but I think that would really help. So all that would be required would be to take a color that is, you know, maybe not pure white, just a slightly muted white. And let's say if we put a little white dot on both of these eyes, on the pupil or the iris in this black kind of circular shape, in roughly the same place on both eyes. I think that what that would do is it might give a little bit more life to the cat and make it look like that those eyes are wet and they're reflective as eyes are, right? The other thing that I think might benefit in this painting is a little bit of some extra little shadows, just darkening a few places, like on the paw here. I think underneath the paw and on the left side, because the shadow is moving backwards. I guess, what is it on that side, right? It appears to be kind of coming that way, right? So just as, like, you know, if my hand, it's going to be kind of hard to show, but, well, I guess there's a lot of light on the back side of my hand, but if, okay, let's see if I can, no, the lighting in here is a little too even, but we would probably see a little bit of slightly darker area on this left side here, and maybe even a bit underneath here on this foot. Tiny little details like that, and maybe even a little bit of a highlight on the nose. Like if we look at the original, I think you could see just a little bit of lightness on around the nostrils. I think would be really effective. Great job. Oh, Kathy says, I met Ted Harrison. Oh, you're so lucky. I grew up with a Ted Harrison print in my house as a kid, and when I got older, I always wanted to meet him, but he passed away just months before I had that opportunity, so. Here's Kathy's painting of a turtle. This is one that I see a lot of people have done this episode. This one was tricky for me, and I almost feel like I want to go back and do it again. And that might be something, you know, I might go back and redo some episodes that I'm less happy with my own performance on. And that's not, and that might be actually a good thing for other people to see me do, because I think sometimes people think if I don't do it right the first time, then there's clearly something wrong with me. And I always have to remind artists that when we see a painting in a museum or an art gallery, we're seeing the final step in what can be a long process that might involve dozens of studies and different artworks that have been cut up and thrown in the garbage before the artist sort of arrived at that finished artwork that we now say is a masterpiece, right? That very rarely does an artist, you know, begin with just one canvas and paint it perfectly from beginning to end. Usually there's a few mistakes that happen, or not mistakes, but just different versions where an artist is like, there's something wrong, I'm going to paint it again, I'm going to try it. So, you know, when I'm doing these episodes, I'm sort of reverse engineering from a photograph or from an existing painting, and sometimes I don't get it right the first time, right? And I want to make that totally clear that they don't always turn out the way I wanted. And this one was one of those that I kind of struggled with when I was trying to figure out how to do that background. But you've done a great job, Kathy. Great job. You could even maybe consider darkening in a few places a little bit, but otherwise looks great. Have we talked about irises? I don't think so. I think we did do an episode where we talked about irises, but this looks great as well, Kathy. Really nice. Great job. Skip your Marilyn. Let's go to Deborah's paintings here. And I can't remember the situation, Deborah, if you're watching, what the story behind these were. I think Deborah's been doing some plein air painting lately, which means to paint outside in the open sun, open air, and which is, you know, fun and very challenging because the light is changing, and so you got to work quickly, and sometimes it can be really cold, sometimes it can be really hot, sometimes it starts to rain, right? Sometimes you have animals or people that show up and you have to move for whatever reason. So there's a lot of variables that come into play that don't really happen when you're just painting at your kitchen table. But it is an incredible exercise that that I encourage everyone to maybe try at some point. So these butterflies, I'm not sure what these. I think that's version state 1 and state 2. They've got a lot more outlining in black, which I think works really well. It does make it look a little bit more like a children's illustration or children's book or something. Often children's books will have that kind of outlining. Oh yes, so you're around Round Lake at Mud Bay, where Tom Thompson painted. So in Algonquin Park. Oh, cool. Okay. He makes it look really easy, doesn't he? Right? And then you're just like, wow, how on earth did, you know, an artist like Tom Thompson make all those great paintings en plein air, outside with the mosquitoes or black flies and the hot summer sun. The one thing I would say about these is, I think it's a compositional thing, is there is sort of this space over here that is a little bit inactive. Like, what could go in there? And you might say, well, there was nothing there. There was, you know, when I was painting the painting, there was nothing there. But I would say maybe you should put something there. You could add another tree or some logs or a tent or something to, because our eye is sort of moving around the painting, and when there's nothing there, it's sort of like an exit. You know, as a viewer who's walking by the painting in a museum is looking, oh, I'm going to stop. I'm going to look at that sun, and then I'm going to come around, look at the trees, and then oh, nothing there. Okay, I'm going to move on. Right? Whereas, you know, in like compositional theory, what we want to do is try to lock people into this endless cycle of looking at our artwork. Deborah says, yes, I do a lot of children's paintings and illustration. And we have to finish this one. You know, and same thing with this water. I feel like we want some more texture or something here, a boat or waves or reflection from the sun. And then right now there's no shadows really here. So where is the light coming from? All right, is the light coming from right above, from the sides? And because that we might see a shadow going in one direction or another. Because this tree just sort of looks like it's floating like a spaceship above the ground. And as soon as we put a shadow around here, it's going to lock it down. It's growing right out of that grass. And, you know, all of this is easier said than done. When you're looking at a landscape and trying to kind of compose a picture based on it, that's tricky. And you know, speaking of the group of 7, and we're going to start painting paintings by the group of 7 starting next week. We're doing an Emily Carr and then Tom Thompson painting, and then Lauren Harris, and so on and so forth. And I know Emily Carr and Tom Thompson were not members of the group of 7, but I want to start with Emily Carr and Tom Thompson because, oddly enough, they're sometimes considered to be the 2 most famous members of the group of 7, even though they were not members of the group of 7. But I think their influence is kind of felt through all the other paintings. Anyway, that's why I wanted to start with them. But we'll talk a lot about the way that they painted and how they composed things, because I imagine that they would have spent just as much time painting as they did looking for paintings to paint, like looking for, trying to how to organize the space into which is you know, maybe it's almost... I'll talk about that. I'll talk about how to... Because, yeah, I'll have to percolate on how I want to approach that, because I think there's a whole discussion we can have around there. Okay. I want to... Deborah's got a bunch of... Oh, let me just share this. This is a painting Deborah and Rick painting in Algonquin. Here we see the painting there. Oh, did you guys do the same? Was that a... Did I get them mixed up, or is that Rick's version of the same scene? Interesting. Oops. So here's when we talked about the turtle a little bit earlier. I think Deborah painted this turtle a while ago, but here's theirs, and then there's their granddaughter's version of the painting. I feel like we looked, maybe I talked about these before. Obviously fantastic. That's really inspiring that your granddaughter did that. Wow. And speaking of kind of this more illustrative style here that Deborah did. That's great. I love this kind of little gnome. I think it's like a gnome, right? That's a mustache and a beard and little hat. But how do I want to do this next thing here? So, it looks like Deborah and Rick had a little outdoor party where they were had kids over and playing the Kermit's Rainbow Connection from the Muppets, as well as, you know, had this big garden party where they had a lot of Deborah's paintings on display, which I think is awesome. What a great idea, Deborah, to have like a little backyard art exhibition or front yard exhibition, right? Or I know a number of people here in Vancouver have once a month for 1 or 2 nights will convert their apartments into art galleries. What they'll do is they'll literally move all of the furniture out of the living room except maybe a couch and a couple chairs and put them all in a bedroom and invite people to come over as if they're going to an art gallery and exhibit their own artwork. Sometimes exhibit artworks of friends, or sometimes they might have a friend visiting from out of town who's an artist or just moved to Vancouver, and they'll host an art exhibition in their living room of this artist's art, invite a bunch of friends over so that that artist can meet some new people. And I think that's just so much fun. I think it's so cool. So these are great. Wow. Are these all yours, Deborah, or did some of these Rick's paintings? Wow. I love these poppies. Here's some more on the fence. This is great. Very smart. I'm really impressed with your hanging system for these paintings. Really smart. That's great. You know, obviously you could have nailed into the fence, but that might cause a little bit of damage. And this is, you know, a really nice way that you can hang something and you can take it all down at the end of the day. That's really smart. That's brilliant. And then here's this little feature here, these birds on a wire. And some more. Wow. I love this wheat field. Great, that polar bear is nice. You've been so busy. My goodness. Which ones have I missed here? Wow. I know there's a lot of you who've created, you know, 50, 60, 70, a couple hundred paintings based on the episodes we've done. Wouldn't it be great to see more of these exhibitions of you showing your artwork, inviting friends and family over? I bet you there's a bunch of you watching right now that have done 100 paintings with us and who have parents or siblings or children who don't know that this is what you've been up to. Or they might know, oh, yeah, my mom, she does a few paintings every once in a while. I've only seen a couple of them. Imagine, just like Deborah here, you exhibit them all in your house, bring your friends and family over for like Thanksgiving or Christmas or whatever it is, and have like all the little grandchildren or your uncles and aunts over. Like, imagine how their perception of you would really change. And I know some of you are like, oh, Oh yeah, Deborah's an amazing artist here. There's no way that I could never put myself up there like that. It'd be so embarrassing. I don't think so. I don't think it would be embarrassing at all. I think it would be, you'd really just blow the minds of your families and friends if you did something like that. Because I think, you know, we might have a standard for ourselves that we think, you know, that we want to live up to, and we're not quite there, and so you might, you know, have some negative feelings of your own achievements. But your friends and family who just, they think doing this type of thing is just way beyond whatever they could ever do at any point in their lives, and seeing people like yourself maybe transform before their very eyes into what I would consider a real artist, would just be not only sort of, again, change their perception of you as like an artist, but change their perception of what is possible for themselves. And that's what I think is the real power of art, is when we inspire other people around us to start doing more creative exercises in the course of their life. Maybe it's not painting, but maybe it's like, yeah, I've always wanted to learn guitar. I'm gonna go and buy a cheap guitar from a Craigslist or something, or from a guitar store, treat myself for Christmas, and I'm going to just start playing a little guitar. I think if more people were doing creative things and expressing themselves in positive ways, we might not have the terrible wars and violence that we have. Anyway, rant over. These are just so fantastic, and I love your the ones we use, the pouring method down there. There's so many different ones here that we didn't do in class as well, right? I know many of you sometimes will tune into an episode that I'm doing, but paint your own thing, or paint a different painting by the same artist or by a different artist, and you just sort of, you're using these classes, these live streams, as sort of like an open studio. That's great. Whatever it takes to get you into the studio to make art, I'm all for it. There's so many things here. I can't go through all the paintings, Deborah, but I'm so proud of you. Look at all your portraits together. I think you were saying you still really like the George O'Keeffe that we did together as being one of your favorite. Ukulele, Michael. Where was the... Did I miss... Oh, is that a really big ukulele? And I know there's, someone once corrected me with the correct pronunciation of, it's not ukulele, but it's ukulele, I think. I can't remember, but someone probably can look it up and let me know how close or far away I am. Okay, did I miss any great artworks here by Deborah? We got a few here by Dolores. These are great. I think Dolores has also, been doing some plein air painting as well. These are great. I particularly remember this style that Dolores was doing with using some pen and watercolor. Really nice. Like, this is so beautiful, Dolores. I love that. And I think, when I was, who was I talking about? Do I still have that up on the screen anywhere here? So when I was talking about, like, Kathy's adding a little bit of detail or nuance into these mountains and foreground, it's a lot like the painting by Dolores we're just looking at here. It doesn't have to be like, oh, you gotta draw a little car and an airplane and people running through the grass and all that. It's just kind of, you're almost like fudging detail, into those spaces by just adding a couple of extra lines in there, or highlights, because light is going to be reflecting and bouncing off different things. So, like even just like here in the water, I don't know if this is a resist or a gum that you put down there, so to get that little bit of white caps on the water. But all you need is a couple little spots like that, or let's say in the mountains here, just these little patches of white, little kind of lines around that create areas of interest within those shapes. This is great. Really nice choice of colors too. Like this reminds me, I lived for a time just outside of Paris, and the mornings looked like this. I'd go for jogs along the Seine River, and it would have like the sky would just be white, like all year round, like kind of that foggy wetness, humidity in the air, and then it would burn off and it would be beautiful. But it just really reminds me of those mornings where it's just the fog is rolled in and it's kind of a little bit cold. A lot of like some cooler colors or very muted, warm colors. Great job. I love that. Well done. My goodness. Okay. Here's an artist who sent me a bunch of stuff through, was it Instagram or email? I think it sent me a bunch of stuff through email. And it's something a little bit different. These are all digital artworks that this artist Devolay has sent in. So I wanted to sort of talk about some of these. Oops. We'll talk about Eleanor's here. I do, one of these days, probably in a year or two, I want to do kind of a whole series of like drawing on iPads and iPhones and kind of just show some basic tutorials, and then even trying to recreate some digital art on the iPad, because that's this iPad right here. Basically, I spent about 8 or 9 hours drawing using a software, an app called Procreate, and Procreate is probably arguably the most popular digital tablet illustration software out there. And so I've learned a few things, needless to say, over the past few years of drawing on a tablet. So I'm trying to think of what I can offer. Devolay really wants a lot of feedback. I mean, I think they look really good. I'm not really sure what needs to be changed, or where you're feeling there's a deficit on these. I mean, like, so for instance, like my criticisms would be along the lines of like, where is the other arm here? Where's the other hand? Like, what happens to this? Like, for it to be cut off like that, I think that would be my first thing. Let's get the rest of that arm in place. The other thing I would say is we want to create more distinction between, let's say, this arm and the body in behind it, right? So what we would want to see is this, probably her body, her belly getting darker, so that, because these two colors are too much alike and they just sort of blend in together, and that creates a little bit of an awkwardness with her arm kind of disappearing into her body. So I would add some shadow, which is not surprising because she's bending over, so that area is probably going to be shadowy, right? I think one of the things you might want to think about is like, where's the light coming from, and therefore where are the shadows? So it looks like you've identified the top left corner as being where the light source is, because it's casting shadows to the right. So that we want to keep that consistent. And then this arm is probably going to be darker, and then I would leave a little bit of a highlight on the outer edge and then darken all underneath here. Right, so same sort of thing. You know, you've got this light that's glowing from the right. That would mean that all of this area, which you've been pretty consistent with, is going to be capturing the light. The light in the sky, though, would be different. So if you've got this warm light coming from the right, we would probably want a cool light on their face, or maybe like a purple. Like we have all these kind of purpley colors in the sky. you might want to have like a cool purple or a cool blue that might reflect, you know, the light of the moon or something reflecting. Because right now we've got sort of like you do have a pretty good job of this yellow on their legs here, but now we need a different color on their faces. That would be what I would say there. What else? This one, same thing. Like I'm always pushing for more contrast in people's images, so I feel like we need things to get, because everything is a little bit pastel here. I want the colors to be punchier and the shadows to be darker, the highlights to be brighter. We'll finish with this image here, because this, I think, was the most recent one you sent, and you were quite excited and proud of this one in that this is the first one you've done that doesn't really have outlining, and that it's all just like colors contrasting one another to describe different shapes and forms. And this is based on this game Genshin Impact, these two friends that have been reunited. Again, where's the light coming from? If our light is coming from, is like a cave or something, I guess. The light's coming in from behind. Well, you've done a great job of highlighting, let's say, her thigh and the back of her head. So then what is this, the light that's on their mouths and on her chest? Where, and on this hand, where is that light coming from? And if there's that light shining on, if there's a light coming in from behind and a light coming in from the front, then first of all, we're going to have shadows around, and then it's also going to affect other places. So should there not be some light hitting the fronts of these and maybe the backs of these? So just sort of being consistent with your lighting and your shadows, I think, goes a long way. Shadows are really, really important. I think it's often one of the most forgotten things when people are painting anything. So this is not just a criticism or feedback for you, but I think for everyone is, and that's exactly going back to like Monet and his obsession with light and shadow. Maybe even more than light. Monet was really interested in like, what is the color of the shadow? We always just think of shadow, oh, it's just black, just put a bunch of black there, which is what artists did for hundreds and hundreds of years before Monet. But Monet starts saying like, no, it's not just black, there's color in the shadows. The shadows have got reds and greens and pinks and blues. Let's put those in there instead of just slapping a black there, right? So I think we need, I think Devillet, you know what book you think you've got to read is James Gurney's, well, there's this book, Color in Light. Okay, so here's two books I'm sure you can get from your local library. This book, I think, would be really helpful for you. How to Paint What Doesn't Exist. James Gurney is also a well-known YouTuber, illustrator. But these are two books that I think you should check out, and I think you'd really like them. And there's more stuff that you can get out of these books than I could talk about over the next few minutes. But you can get them from the library. You know, they're $30 each, but you'll probably flip through these books enough that the books will start to fall apart, and you'll get more than $30 out of both of these books. And this applies not just for you, but for anybody else watching who might be sort of struggling with shadow and light and things. And he's one of the best. You know, he's famous for this series Dinotopia, where he created this world where people coexist with dinosaurs. Really, really great artist. And we did do a painting of James Gurney's as well, right? We did a kind of a blimp flying over this mountainscape or castle on top of a mountain. Let me just take a second here. And there's Lolly in the chat now. Lolly says, I wouldn't have the first clue on how to make digital art. I'm a dinosaur with technology. It is a little bit of a learning curve, but you'd be surprised how, like, once you start playing with it, it's just like anything, you start to get the hang of it. The great thing with using a computer or tablet is you can use the undo function and erase stuff. That definitely is a lifesaver. Okay, so let's continue on here. Let's talk about Eleanor's paintings now. So Eleanor's done these incredible, and Eleanor's another artist who I don't know exactly. I'm trying to remember what some of Eleanor's earliest paintings with us were, but has definitely gone leaps and bounds over where they were, and is now making these paintings and selling them, and I'm so excited and proud for her. These are fantastic. I'm not sure what this one is called. I just call it Happy Thanksgiving because that's when she posted it. But really nice use of color, these great contrasts. This, this teal in opposition to the green reminds me of some Van Gogh paintings that he did with the same kind of color scheme. Nothing I can say about that. Great job. I like, Eleanor said, I painted this and didn't like it. I set it aside for a couple weeks and I just looked at it today and now I like it. And I've put it up on the wall. And I love that. What a great lesson for everyone watching, that often when we finish a painting, sometimes we look at it and all we can think about is what it's not, right? Like, ugh, I was trying to make this thing, it didn't turn out, how disappointing. Where everyone else looks at it is like, that's amazing. Another example might be like a dinner. For instance, I cooked a Thanksgiving dinner for some friends and family a few weeks ago, Canadian Thanksgiving, and it was like my stuffing. I wasn't too happy with the stuffing. I was kind of bummed out about it, which is, I think that's pretty much everyone is disappointed with their stuffing. But like everyone else who's eating is like, oh, this is delicious, this is great. And I'm just like, oh, I wish it was better stuffing. And same sort of thing with our paintings. Sometimes you're just like, oh, it doesn't really look exactly like the original. And everyone else, like, what? How did you do that? That's amazing. I could never do something like that. And so I think Eleanor's very simple story is just a great reminder of not throwing out your old artwork, not painting over your old art, just sort of setting it aside. Do what a lot of artists do, which is might be turning it against the wall so you don't see it. And then later on, you look at it again, and it's like, oh, whoa, this is actually really good. In fact, that is basically the entire story behind this most famous of paintings, right? Pablo Picasso's Les Demoiselles d'Avignon, this painting, which is actually quite big. It's about like 10 feet tall. He painted this painting in, I think, 1909, but didn't exhibit it for almost a decade later because he was just like, I don't know, it's nothing. But he would have it in his studio facing the wall, and people would come over to the studio and it's like, what is that big painting against the wall? Don't worry, don't look at it. Oh, I don't want to think about it. Not good. And then people are like, whoa, this is amazing. No, stop saying that. Don't blow hot air. It's not good. I don't know what to do with it. And people are like, no, it is really good. Until years and years and years of this go by, finally one day Picasso turns it around and is like, oh, actually it is good. Okay, yeah, okay, I'm happy exhibiting it or selling it. And everyone's like, why did it take you so long? And then of course now it's like in every art history textbook. So it's a good reminder that our own views on our own artwork can change quite radically as time passes. Eleanor says, I was in a bit of a slump, so I decided to paint this guy for just complete fun and entertainment. and he was a lot of fun to paint. Looks great. Man, if this is what you're doing when you're in a slump, Eleanor, I think a lot of people would give their arm and a leg to be slumping in the way that you slump. I think it's fantastic. Really great. I love the use of colors. I saw someone else do another sort of similar version of something like this, and I wonder if this is a tutorial that's online that someone was doing, or based on another famous painting or something. So I don't know. Let me know in the comments if it is. I mean, goodness, Eleanor, these are great. Really great. Look at these beautiful flowers. And so, you know, this is a great example of contrast. Like when we look at these here, you know, you've got these beautiful, like the white of the flower petals is really strong. The grays inside are opposite. Then they contrast that with these leaves, which are mostly dark, and then the red in behind that is really, really dark, almost black, maybe almost black down here, but just really dark. So gorgeous, super effective. So I think it usually, often, if in doubt, your picture's not working, you need to amp that contrast. You need to pull the light and darks as far away as possible, and that's going to create a much more dynamic composition. And often people will talk about, like, other fellow teachers of mine, that it's not like, I think we focus a lot on color and the way that people mix colors and choosing the right color. I think that's, I don't know if it's not irrelevant. Choosing the color is important, and I think if you just think about, is it in the foreground or background, and then I'm going to use a warm color in the foreground or warm color or cool color in the background, that can really help simplify the choices of color. But it's really about value, the contrast between light and dark. And if you get, quote unquote, the color wrong, as long as your value contrasts are good, it doesn't really matter what the color is. So, and one way to do that, you know, you can squint your eyes pretending like you're sleeping when you look at your painting. And if it all just sort of kind of goes into a gray mush, then you need to push something. You need to get some darker colors in there. And it doesn't have to be black. Again, it can just be a darker value, maybe the opposite color. Like, so for instance here, you know, the green and the red are two colors that are opposite one another on the color wheel. They're both kind of dark, right? So, but they also work quite well in opposition to one another. So not only do we have things that are getting darker, but we still have the color that is contrasting. Really great. Okay. Let's move on here. Here's Elizabeth's painting. Here's a picture of a dog named Rosie. I love that. Great job. I don't know, what can I say? I'd say maybe underneath the chin might be a little bit darker, potentially. And so maybe just reserving a little bit of darker color for underneath here. Just a slightly grayish, like you've got a little bit of gray up top here, and actually even around the snout is a little bit gray. I'd have even a little bit more gray underneath here, just to give a little bit of separation, because the nose, right now, it almost is like the nose and the chest are on the same plane, which is possible, but it's more likely that the nose is out and there's a little space underneath, right? Otherwise it kind of looks a little bit flat, right? Gail, wow, look at that moose. That is wonderful. Wow. Kind of like, some of these colors remind me of and the way it's painted remind me of the artist Alex Janvier, who's a really great indigenous artist who lives and works in Cold Lake, northern Alberta, and has a great gallery up there, studio gallery. And but just like these colors, you know, they also remind me of like the powwow dresses that like the Cree people wear when they do their dances. Just like all of those kind of colors. That are really neat. That's wild. It's really wild that you painted a moose in this particular way. I like that a lot. I mean, yes, you could do a really hyper realistic painting of a moose. I always tend to I'm more interested in how an artist can be a little bit more expressive, as you've been here, Gail. Great job. And you know, as we'll see here, here we've got a monkey here that's very colorful. Wow, great use of color, just so bold. And then your owl. Wow, this looks like a new direction. I don't remember you painting quite in this way prior to these. That is wild. I like that a lot. Almost looks like a peacock feather that's been turned into an owl. All those little splatters and drips, bright contrasting colors. Wow. Whoa. That's wild. This is like Emily Carr combined with Charles Birchfield, the American artist. We did a Birchfield painting, I think for Halloween 3 years ago. Well worth looking at that one. That was one of my favorite paintings that we've ever done too. Great use of color here. I don't have anything to add to these. Oh, look at that, Gail. Great waterfall. I feel like I want to see a little bit more detail in the water, like some spray or something. Right now this has a bit of like looks like a time lapse where everything is blurred into kind of a silky blanket, which is possible. I kind of feel like I want to see the spray of the water coming up over the horizon. And it's a little unclear, this stick that's going right across this log. Is the water going up and over it? Like, why is it white on the top here? Why does that color not stay consistent in behind there? And if water is indeed kind of pooling over top, then should we not have some water sort of dripping, coming over the edge in front of it, perhaps? I'm just going on the logic of the painting. Another little thing, and this is something we talked about with Eleanor's work before that I just wanted to mention, is Gail's, the signature here on the bottom in white is, I find, a little bit distracting from the overall picture. And I remember Eleanor was doing that for a while a few years ago, and one of the things I encouraged her to do is to kind of make it a little bit more muted and to kind of not hide the signature, but to kind of use just a slightly more muted color that might be the same color here, maybe add a little bit of white into it, or so it's still there, but just not like there, right? So you could see that one's kind of hidden. It's almost like that one, I think, could be, I would put that in the shape of one of these things here, but you can see here's another Eleanor's signed this here. So now that, you know, as you're getting better and better, Gail, and maybe you're wanting to sign these and start to sell them, I think, like, if I was to do my signature here, rather than use white, I might use like a red. It's even darker than this, like darker red, put that here, or, you know, really dark blue and put that there. whether it's up here or the sides or whatever is irrelevant. But I think the white there just sort of now kind of looks to me like something that's caught up into his mustache or beard. Okay, moving right along here, we did talk about Seurat and the Impressionists and this pointillist technique in the past. But this looks great. Great job, Gerald. That looks fantastic. Don't have anything to add to it. Well done. It looks like that was a fun one for you. A little time consuming to do this painting. I really enjoyed the results of it, though. We'll talk about that in a future episode. Jillian's version of the Van Gogh, the Starry Night that we did years ago, looks great. Again, like very, direct, intense, painterly brushstrokes. I almost say maybe slow down a little bit. Usually I'm telling people, like, especially you're painting Van Gogh, is to kind of speed up a little bit and not be so concerned about being perfect. Here I feel like these brushstrokes are on the verge of getting into a little bit too messy. No, I don't think the painting's messy, but there is an amazing... Van Gogh is a master, right? And he walked that line between, like, expressive and yet precise in a way that very few other artists have ever been able to do. But he does a great job of it, and he makes it look really, really easy. But it's just one of those things, like, for instance, it looks like paint is sort of dripping or globbing in here, and like strings of paint, which is fair. So what I would say, like, if that's something you're kind of interested in, is that kind of the raw paint sort of splatters and drips, is to do more of them, right? So it's I always think, like, if there's something with your painting that if you find like your painting's kind of messy, well, then make it really messy. Don't just make it like an accident that you're trying to hide. Like, embrace it and go with it, right? Rather than trying to hide it or clean it up, allow it to kind of get a little out of control. So maybe that's what you need to do, is get a little bit more out of control. Go even faster. Here's Jillian's version of Vermeer. That's awesome. Looks great. Wow. What am I going to say about that? Looks fantastic. It's almost like, what's funny is the way that it's painted kind of has, like, it reminds me a little bit of Rembrandt. Also kind of had just the way that stuff we got, like, what is... Almost looks like encaustic, which is like a wax process where you're mixing kind of colored waxes and then pouring them onto the surface. I'm not sure how you achieved this look, but it is pretty cool. And great job on the face, like the subtleties of the face. Excellent. And here's Greg. What's the name of this actor? I didn't see it in the post, but it is... he's been in everything. Anyway, someone will remember here and put it in the chat. But that's really nice drawing. I mean, we'll start seeing more and more artworks by people who are doing artwork in the drawing class. So it'll be fun to see some of those results turned out. And here's Greg, these ceramic pieces. And I apologize, I didn't get a chance to read the post that this is from. So I'm not sure what they are or what the purpose of them is, but when I saw them, what got me really excited is our daughter is really into painting with, like, water on these sort of coloring books that you can paint water on, and the color appears, and then after it dries, it disappears. And our nanny was like, she needs some sort of cup for water. And I was like, well, if I just get a cup, it's just going to fall over. And we're going to have water all over the carpet. I need something that's like got a really wide base and it's really hard to tip over. And as soon as I saw these, I was like, oh, Greg figured it out. I have to commission Greg to make some water cups for our daughter. Yeah. And then here's this one here that's just finished. And what's been really interesting is one of the motifs that we see in Greg's work are these like power lines and poles and things. And I love that subject matter for this work because one of the things is that it allows Greg to have these fairly solid skies, blue skies, juxtaposed with these very, like man-made industrial like antennae and things that are jutting out into that kind of beautiful natural space. And again, that nice juxtaposition contrast works really, really well. And these are really well executed too. There's been a few of these that we've seen over the past, which I remember even thinking at first were photographs, and then I was looking for the painting inspired by the photograph and being like, oh, whoa, these are actually paintings. Oh, that's amazing. Way to go, Greg. Like the way that this post here and the knotted wood is painted. Really excellent. One of the things you could see here is in the shadows, rather than painting like a black shadow, he's got this kind of purpley shadow, which I think is a really nice use of activating the dark side of the pole, and rather than just painting it black, giving it some life into those areas. Really great. And I suspect it's because, this pole is probably it's kind of a very, it's just kind of like a yellow orange. Obviously there's like 90% white, but there is a little bit of that warmer yellowy color in there. And so using the opposite color in the shadow, just like the Impressionists have done, is super effective. Yes, Buddy says Christopher Walken. Yes, you are. Well, I think you're correct. I'm not 100% sure, but it certainly looks like Christopher Walken. And Greg also did a Groucho Marx. I think that's Groucho Marx. These are great. What a great group of people we have here. So many different talented folk. Let's take a look at these artworks here by Ben. And I know that Ben's got a few different names we've used here. Some of these sketches. We've got a lot of artworks by him here, so we're not going to look at all of them. But what's been great is seeing how Ben's been using a grid to help transfer images onto a canvas or piece of paper, and drawing these lines and then drawing them on the original, ideally. Then it really allows you to very quickly and easily, not easily, it's time consuming, but you can get, as if you're willing to put in the time, almost exact reproduction. And artists have been using this grid method for hundreds of years. I did a great job with all the hands in there. So it's tricky. There is a few little distortions that happen here. I wonder if you've been gridding out the photograph, because I wonder why those distortions happen if you're using a grid. One thing is it should limit that distortion. If possible, what you can do is print out a photograph or have it as a photocopy and then use a ruler and draw the same amount of squares on there as that you have on your sketchbook. Oh, Sandra says Benv is his chosen artist name, I learned. Interesting. I mean, I think I've mentioned before, I don't mind that the faces, there's a kind of an abstraction or a distortion in the proportions of the nose and chin and everything. I mean, I think that could be Ben's ticket to recognition, is the way that he distorts these kind of, often these are like celebrities and things from magazines, and I think it can be, a kind of a hallmark of a particular kind of style. So it's just sort of up to each person to decide, like, how important is it to kind of get right, to make it look photorealistic. Does it bother me that they're not, like, that there's a difference between these two? It doesn't bother me, but if it bothered Ben, then I think what we would want to do is maybe try to work on some of the proportions of, like, the human face, right? So I did a whole drawing course, of which many of you have taken, and it might really benefit him to spend some time watching those episodes, especially the portraiture ones, because there's a whole kind of method to the human face, and like where the eyes go, and how big those eyes should be. Like some people would say, essentially, you should be able to fit somewhere between like 4 to 5 eyes on, side by side on a face here, especially at least one in between these eyes. So if these eyes are that big, we should be able to fit another eye in between them, and then at least half an eye on either side. So on the sides, that's fine, but we need one in the middle. And if we even just look at the original here, you could see that we can fit easily another eye the same size in between these eyes. So that would be just like the first thing that comes to mind. And I think even if that is the main thing that's done there, that would make a huge improvement. That's great. The color is really excellent. So you could see how he's using these kind of purpley colors in the face in contrast to the kind of oranges of the skin tone. Great, right? That's right out of what we were just talking about when I was showing the color wheel. Using the opposite color in the shadow. I mean, that's really fantastic to see that. Let's see, I don't have the original for this. This little kid covered in water. Wow, that's tricky. That's a tricky photo to draw from. Wow. That's tricky. Here's another photograph. That's pretty good. Oh, I like this one too. This is getting pretty close. Getting pretty close with these. Again, there's tons of these, so I don't have time to go through each one individually. That's great. Wow. Oh, and thank you for the donation in the chat there, Holly. That's awesome. Using the super chat function, right? So if you see a little dollar sign at the bottom of your, wherever you might enter a comment into YouTube, that's what that is. You can make a donation as little as $1 through here. So if you're finding anything of interest, feel free to use that or the PayPal link in the description below. Thank you for your support. I really appreciate that. Well done, Holly. Okay, let's look at a few more drawings where we go back into some paintings here. Here's Banat. 1 week ago, I couldn't even try to approach something like this, but I started Markowski's course and have reached a point where I didn't even imagine I was capable of in just a few days. That is so awesome that this just seemed like something that was completely impossible, and now you're doing it. That's awesome, Banat. Very cool. Here's a few more. Here's some birds that you've been doing. And perspective. Wow. This is the beginning of that journey. That's so exciting. Wow. It makes me so pleased to see people, you know, at this stage, you know, just getting inspired and excited. Okay, come on. Come on, come on. 183 more pictures. My goodness. My feet are going to fall off here. You guys have been so busy. I do want to try to get through as many of these artworks as possible so that we can kind of get back on track. So, might be another... we'll do this for another hour, and we'll see where we're at in an hour. Come on. Here we go. Okay. Wow, so here's Heidi's painting here. That is amazing. This looks like it's down by what beach is that? Here, and that looks like Vancouver, because that looks like the Vancouver Museum off on the horizon. The sun setting. It's got that just beautiful sunset that just glows, right? And you can see that the sun right at the center, at its most intense place, is white, right? Really the only pure white in this entire painting, besides obviously the edge around the side, right? So it's a good reminder that you know, most of the time you want to reserve your lightest light and your darkest dark for the most extreme places in the painting. And in that way, you've got all of the other steps of value in between to play with, right? So you're pushing those. If you have white and black in one place, then you've got lots of space in between. Often what I find people do is they kind of work in this middle range, or often things are kind of more in the white area. And then this whole the whole value scale is sort of just left blank, right? All the darks are often the things that people do not put in their paintings. And so like in here, we've got, you know, these dark logs in the front. In fact, all the stuff in the foreground really helps push some of the things in the background. I mean, I suppose one might say you could have maybe made some of this far shore here a little bit lighter, a little bit more gray and stuff in there, but I think it's fine. Here's Heidi's version of Van Gogh's irises. Great. What I don't have anything to say about that. That's pretty amazing. Pretty close to the original. Heidi says, I didn't know I could paint this one day. Right? That should be just, again, encouragement for anyone else out there watching right now who's just like, oh, I'll never be good enough to upload a painting to the Facebook group and share it because I'll never be able to do something like this. Well, you can watch the episode. You can see how I did it step by step. Follow along. And if the first you don't succeed, try it again. And you'll get better and better and better. I guarantee you the The second version of the painting you do will be better. Oh, hey, here's another David Shrigley painting. But this one's a little bit different. Looks like Heidi added much more detail and nuance to it. But I especially love the background. I love how the pinks are moving in the background and even are obviously underneath the cat itself. So great incorporation of that imprimatura to really create, like, I mean, now that that pink is there, yes, it looks like otherwise it's kind of indistinguishable, but I think, those kinds of reds, especially inside of a person's face, or in this case an animal, lend it, what would I say, it's not like a menacing quality, but just sort of gives it the potential for maybe a little bit more mischievousness, right? That this cat is, as it says, like, I'm sorry, but I can promise it won't happen again. Right? Really? Like that. That's great. That's really fantastic. Let's see. Here's this bird that Holly did. And then later on, amended it. Where does... Okay. So there's the original, and maybe Holly was not so happy with this. I think it looks great. But then Holly went and modified it into the bird. The budgie is now a soccer ref. I think that's so funny and so awesome. And just a great reminder to anybody else out there who's watching and has some paintings they're not so happy with. Well, instead of just throwing them out or just painting over a canvas that you bought from the dollar store for $1, right? When you can just buy another one for $1 and start over from scratch. I love this idea of taking it and being like, well, hey, let me just play with it. I'll kind of graffiti over it. And if it doesn't work, I was planning on painting over it anyway, so what's the worst that can happen? I might waste a little bit of my time. I think anytime you're painting, you're learning something. And I don't know anyone who said learning was a waste of time, right? Here's another animal that Holly did. This is great. Yam fries. Oh, can you imagine a bucket of popcorn with bugs in it? It would be good for some people, like this frog would love it. Froggy at the Flicks, it's called. It's great. Holly, I think this is an Edward Hopper painting that Holly's working on. I don't think it's done. Or maybe it's done. I feel like we're still missing some details on the nose and eyes and her hair, hat. But I like where it's going. I like this kind of, again, obviously experimenting with these imprimatures to try to get something really cool and unique happening. Holly took a photograph. And then, or maybe it's not the same one, but tried to make this painting, and I guess was not happy with it. So this is what happened, I think. Is this, I think it was just kind of painted over, or distorted. But is now, I've started, I painted over a number of paintings a month. I got mad and painted over this still life using the paint left on my palette. Suddenly it's way more interesting. Yeah, I mean, I'm not super, I wouldn't say that this was a bad painting. It is fun to kind of, really alter something you've already created. I wonder if it's going to stay in this state or if you're going to do more to it, Holly. Holly also took a photograph of her cat and then transformed it into this to celebrate the passing of the Queen. Is there a difference between... Oh yeah, so this one, the pearls are a little bit less defined. Looks great. I mean, potentially you could kind of darken up top here underneath the brim of the hat. Probably be a little bit darker underneath there. Is it a deal breaker? Not really, but, if you were to ask me how you could make it. I also feel maybe the hat is a little bit flat, and I think maybe you know, on the sides it could get a little bit darker or lighter. You know, since it's white, it's harder to kind of make it any lighter than it already is, so we would probably want to have maybe just a little bit of darkness on some of the sides there, just to kind of give it a bit more roundness of that shape. Oh, this is, well, here's another one that Holly did also with a background, this green background. Didn't like the background, so change it into this. Another great example of like allowing, you know, after you, because sometimes we make a painting and you've got it up on your wall and you're like, something wrong with this painting, I'm just not feeling it, right? Boom. It's pretty funny. Like now it's got a bit of a Mondrian thing in the background. Huh. Very funny. I like this dog. Here's an upside down dog. I think it's supposed to be upside down, right? Yeah, it somehow makes more sense the other way because those ears are so big that would kind of flop down, wouldn't they? Really cool. Those colors, those pinks and purples, are really effective here particularly. So Holly was doing, like, I think a commission for some friends. I think this is... Okay, so this is the earlier version. And then here's this one. I think this is right before you finished it and delivered it to the family because they were going on vacation or something. This is really great. I mean, that's really great too. But I really like, especially with that water, these reflections, that little bit of orange and things you put in there, just take it to the next level. Wow, and that rock, those rocks are really spectacular. Rocks are not easy to paint, and the way that you've done that, oops, makes me think that, did you use a airbrush or something to get those tiny little splatters? Yeah, Pascal says, the water on this one, Holly, pretty awesome. Yeah, that's great. These are really great paintings. And, you know, I think we could maybe add a little bit more shadows on, but I wouldn't touch it. I wouldn't do anything more to it. I think you've given it away already or sold it. So it's done. But I think it's also sometimes knowing when to stop. Like I think you said, oh, I had to just give it because they were leaving town. I had to. Sometimes that's what we need as artists, is literally somebody taking the painting away from us and like, stop painting it. Let me have it. You're done. Because you're gonna ruin it if you keep painting on it. It's fine. Just leave it alone. So here, I thought this was pretty interesting. I don't know if this was actually, I think this is maybe painting that Holly worked on. But people having an exhibition, everybody brings in an unfinished painting, and then everybody trades paintings, finishes the painting that somebody else started. And so here's the results. I think that's great. What a fun exercise. I've done things like that for my students at Emily Carr. It hasn't always turned out very well because I think students at Emily Carr get, you know, they're a little bit younger and very protective of their art, and the idea of like letting somebody else do something to it is like, I've always had a lot of resistance from students. Do I have to? Oh, I'm already, oh, okay. So it's just funny to me that different temperaments. Some people are like, yeah, totally, that's awesome. I'm super excited. Some people are, the idea of doing just that is too painful to consider. So this is an exhibition. I'm not even sure where this is, but this exhibition, you know, one of these giant projections of an artist's work. This one is about Monet, and we painted this Impression Sunrise painting. It does look really nice, big blown up like that. So that's pretty cool. Very cool. Thanks for sharing that, Irene. Here's Jane is doing the drawing course, and here's the drawing they did of a band that was performing. That's, you know, pretty difficult to draw musicians on a stage who are playing, because of course they're moving and the crowd is changing. So you kind of have to draw, you know, you might start drawing the guitar and then they turn and walk across the other side of the stage. You have to kind of like incorporate maybe different positions into the same figure. So great job, Jane. Well done trying. That's not an easy thing to do. What is kind of funny is I love how the spirals of your sketchbook kind of start to look like that they're hooks that are holding the curtain above the stage up. Just a little kind of fun little detail I just noticed. Jillian here. This is my donkey painting, or as my daughter calls it, a llama. I guess I could see the llama in there. That's cool. And then the hole in the wall, is that the what is it? The Star of David? The guiding light. Is this like a manger painting, a nativity scene or something? Either way, this turned out really great. I mean, it's interesting that it's black and white and yellow. Or that you're painting, you're probably painting on a black surface and then painting into that, which is really tricky. One of the paintings that is coming up in the new year is we're going to be doing the very famous poker playing dogs, and that one is painted on velvet. So I'm going to get some velvet. I'll do one that's just on a black canvas, but I'll do one on velvet just so you can see how you would go about painting on velvet. But I like this is very fun. It kind of just it's poking its head around the corner is very playful painting. Jillian also did one here for I guess this was done in 2014, but it made sense for Jillian to share it with us now after the Queen just passed away a few weeks ago. That's actually really well done. Very, very tricky to paint older people because you kind of have to, you don't want to put too many wrinkles in because then it makes them look really old. But if you don't put any, then they're going to look like they're 15. And so it's tricky. Yeah, absolutely. Here's some drawings by Josh, who's in our drawing course. These, why are these so familiar? What cartoon comic book are these from? Oh, it's going to drive me crazy. Or is this something that, because this is definitely familiar. Is that Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles or something? Like the bad guy? I can't remember. But these look great. Well done, Josh. I don't really have feedback. I guess I would say these look, they're still sketches. I think we need to finish them and develop them a little bit more. We need to have, you know, really build out the contrast. Because right now what we have is just basically some outlines, and there's nothing wrong with outlines. And there's artists like Hergé, whose most famous contribution to art is Tintin, right? So, like, you know, Tintin, we have these outlines that don't, you know, there's very little, there's no real rendering in these, but so you can do outlines, but there's also some color in them, and they're also refined, right? So what I would say with yours here is, what if we kind of took a pen or a different colored pencil and went over the lines that you like the most and define those, and maybe then also add some paint in there to or watercolor paint, acrylic paint, just to sort of kind of refine this a little bit more and take it from the sketch into a finished artwork. But these look great. Great job, Josh. I'd love to see what you do next. Lorenzo for American Independence Day did this painting based on a Keith Haring. And we did do a couple of Keith Haring paintings years ago. But I think this is really fun. I didn't realize Keith Haring had done a flag like that. This is, I think, to benefit the New York City Ballet. It was auctioned off as a print. Very cool. Very cool. I don't have nothing more to say on that, Lorenzo. It looks great. Yeah, good job. Here's another iris. Oh, did we talk about the iris one already, or is that on an upcoming episode? This looks great as well. Maybe we've got so many of these irises. Must have been a more recent episode. Looks fantastic. Really well done. I love your colors and the brushwork down there. Lurley. I've never seen that name spelled that Lurley. My sister's name is Lori, so I'm always anything that's vaguely similar. It's like, oh, that's interesting to see. Yeah, great job. Well done. Here's Manning. Manning's been quite active, posting a bunch of pictures recently. So these landscapes, that is gorgeous. That really dark contrast of the black palm trees and landscape against those really colorful skies. You can see in this instance like how effective black can be. So if anyone's like, oh, he's always talking about no black, don't do the black, or he's anti-black paint and anti-white paint, everything's got to have color in it. It's not that. It's just that I think we want to be just thoughtful about our color choices and think about how, like, if you're going to put white on its own or black on its own, you kind of want to be selective about it and then use other colors to kind of to replace black for the majority of your work. In a silhouette, it's a little bit different because if we did put a lot of color in here, then it's going to give a lot more dimension, which is kind of the opposite to a silhouette. But I like this one a lot. That's really cool. This one here is also so neat. It kind of looks like a candle that's right next to maybe not just a window, and it's raining on the other side of the window, but like a screen, like a window screen to keep out the mosquitoes. So there's the window screen and then the window, and it looks like maybe it's a double paned window because we got double reflection, right? Because the way that the splatters and even the texture of the canvas is creating that kind of a that screen look, and of course the drips on the window coming down. Very cool. Pascal says the Van Gogh iris was okay. So we haven't talked about that one yet. Thanks for letting me know. Well, that'll be for a future episode. We'll gather them all together and look at them at the same time. Same thing with a few of these. A bunch of Monet. We'll talk about all these Monet ones coming up. Let's move on to Maria's painting here. Maria combined the Son of Man, which is a famous Magritte painting with a apple floating in front of this guy's face, and turned it into a Apple iPhone with the apple painted on the iPhone, which I think is very funny, right? Like, I can almost imagine this being a mural at the Apple headquarters in Cupertino or something, or a poster or something. I think this is the kind of thing that Magritte himself would approve of. And I love how you even changed your name, Maria, to Magritte Angelica from Maria Angelica. That's pretty funny. Great job. I mean, exceptional blending of paints in the jacket and in the background. All that kind of stuff that, I think for people who don't know how to paint or have never painted before, look at it and be like, oh, that's okay, sure. And then when you learn a little bit of paint, you're like, wow, that's actually really well done. That's not easy to do. It's a great job. Here's Maria's version of Van Gogh, and here's Maria called it like before and after. So took this painting, was not happy with the background, but instead of giving up on it, she transformed it with a totally different background and these big sunflowers, which I think makes a huge difference in the positive, right? I think, when we look at this, it's okay. It's I think the face, the clothing, everything is okay. The background, though, does look like a little bit of an afterthought, which I think, not to be a broken record, but one of the great things with Van Gogh is how he activates his backgrounds, how he puts some interesting textures and colors there, applies the paint in kind of maybe often like a crosshatch pattern, just to give something there, so it's not just an empty space. But then what she's done is sort of replaced it with, painted over this with this kind of much more solid, kind of emerald green, and then the sunflowers over top, this also reminds me of another Van Gogh painting in which he did something similar to that. It might have been maybe the portrait of Madame Roulin, the postman's wife. But it looks great. Maria did a big picture of the sunflowers. That looks cool too. The one thing, personally, I would be tempted to do something other than this dark color for the outlining. I don't know if this is based on exactly one of his famous sunflower paintings or not, but I feel like even Van Gogh would have used a different color. Like he might have used a blue or a red or something here. I could be totally wrong, but I feel like there's a potential for something other than just a dark blackish color. And I know it's not black, maybe it's a color, but black that you mixed. But I just think it'd be nice if there was a little something a bit more nuanced there. Talk about that. Okay, here's another Maria painting. Here's the before and after. Before, after. Before, after. What's the difference? What am I looking at? Oh, I think it's the neck. So here's before. Because I think I said in the previous episode that her neck was a little bit wide. So Maria went and just chiseled. Yeah, you can see just the halo of where it used to be. I think that makes a pretty big difference. It's just making her neck look a little bit more in proportion to the rest of her body here. Very cool. Maria also did this Monet. That is awesome, Maria. Wow. This is ultimately going to be another Monet episode that we do in the future, but honestly probably won't be until next summer. But really great work. Wow. The brushwork in particular here. You got the colors are all bang on, but the way that he's sort of painting the sky, those clouds, and just that really fast approach. Very, very cool. Okay. Let's move on to Natalie here. This is Natalie's a photograph of this child. I don't know if this is your own or not, or from a magazine or something, but definitely very adorable photograph. And then here's your painting. That is pretty adorable. So let's see these things here. Interesting. You know, I would be compelled, I don't know if this is done or not, but I would probably draw or paint the eyelashes. You know, these eyes are closed, but it's not quite clear where the, where the eye opening is, where the line between the two eyelids are. I mean, I imagine it's there and there, but we also have some darker lines above and below because it's the folds where the eyelashes are kind of, fold. And I think if we look at the original, we can see that all those lines are there, but the line in between the eyelids is a little bit darker, and we do have those little eyelashes. And I don't know about this child, but our daughter has ridiculously long eyelashes. I don't know where she gets them. I have pretty long eyelashes, but she looks like she's got like implants or something, or fake eyelashes. So I think it wouldn't hurt to put a little bit of eyelashes, because right now this looks like literally a newborn, fresh out of the womb kind of thing, where it's just like, the details are kind of a little bit obscured. And so I think we want to get just a little bit of those eyelashes in there. Oh, it's so sweet. It makes me looking at that just kind of makes me, I feel like I want to lay down and have a little nap too. Okay, a couple more things Natalie's done here. I think this is version 1 and then version 2 of this bird. And I do think the changes that you made, Natalie, here are really effective. So here's this first one. I think there is some sunlight that's kind of reflecting weirdly across, so I don't think these diagonals are part of the painting. But I think we'll notice that you do make some changes on the interior and the exterior of this hole that are really effective. Like, so for instance, you actually seem to have lightened up actually a lot of things here, which works well because it creates a nice contrast between the hole and the outside of the hole. But I also really like this little bit of reflected light of the bird itself onto the inside of this hole, because we would expect that to happen, right? When light bounces off this bird, it's also gonna, that blue light is gonna bounce off other areas and so that we can see them. Yeah, also the texture here is quite nice. It's interesting. It appears to be more textured here. Maybe it's just the photograph, the angle and stuff. But it kind of a really, I mean, it looks a little bit like what we would call like a trompe-l'oeil, like an optical illusion, where I keep wanting to kind of reach in there and put my hand into that hole and see what else is in there. Are there other birds in there? You kind of want to go like, oh, and then you realize, oh, it's just a painting. What am I doing? Have you ever done that? I find myself sometimes doing that in museums. If there's something like that and there's like a, like a hole like this, and you kind of just want to like look inside, and then you sort of make that movement, and then you realize, I've just been totally fooled. My brain was fooled into thinking that there was literally a space in behind there. Okay, we'll move on here. We'll take a look at Pascal's artwork. And I'm sorry I don't know the titles for all of these here, because there was how many? About 330 paintings that I was putting into folders this morning, so there's a lot of them. But this is really cool, Pascal. So you'll have to tell me in the chat what the story behind this painting is quickly. I like how it's done. Again, it goes back to maybe when we were talking about Deborah's work and adding something in the middle ground, because we've got this, obviously this figure is super interesting, and your background is also super interesting. Those clouds and mountains and this like castle on an island or something. But then we have this big empty expanse in the middle here that I think needs to be activated, or something needs to go in here. Alternately, what I might have said is moving those things up, or trying to take it, because right now we're sort of looking down onto this space. I feel like if we just sort of rotate it up, what would end up happening is maybe that horizon line coming down here. So we just sort of basically getting rid of a lot of this water in the center and just having more sky. Pascal says, Father Komitas is a famous Armenian ethnomusicologist from around 1900. Went on travels, learnt culture of the land to log it. Interesting. Cool. Yeah, you have a few more paintings similar to this coming up. Pascal's version of Gustav Klimt. That turned out really cool. Okay, so Pascal says, I did have trouble with the center body of water. I was unsure of what to do. So this comes down to like a compositional issue about like how to compose this picture most effectively. And do I want to get into it? So one of the things that I think, you know, we could do a whole episode. I might have talked about this in my drawing class. Maybe I did, maybe I haven't. Is the rule of thirds. And the rule of thirds sort of is a compositional device that artists have been using for hundreds and hundreds of years, that is very similar to another term called the golden ratio. And essentially what it is it involves creating asymmetrical compositions. So often when we think of like the rule of thirds, what I would do is, let's say, divide these into literally thirds, right? Three rows and 3 columns, right? So I'll just do this. So let's say you came upon a situation where you saw this like really cool tree here, mountains, and there's like a butterfly and maybe a path. Well, you could just take this and make that as a painting, right? You could say, okay, I'm going to put that. But what you're saying is, I want sort of everything in here. I love the tree, so I'm going to put it right in the middle. I love the butterfly, I'm going to put it right. So everything is included. It's sort of like going to a buffet and saying, I'm going to take a little bit of everything. The rule of thirds, though, is about making a creative choice. And sometimes choices can be really hard. You know, it's like going to the buffet and saying, there's literally one of everything, but you know what? I'm going to load up on salmon and salad. And everyone's like, what? But you're not going to get the steak, or you're not going to get some potatoes? And you're like, no, I know there's everything here, but I'm going to do a salmon and salad dinner. That's what I've been craving. Like, okay, you're missing out. This steak is delicious. I'm a vegetarian, but if you kind of get what I mean. So the rule of thirds in this instance would be, instead, if we moved the horizon line up from just in the middle, and instead of putting the tree right here, we might put the tree right there and put the butterfly right here, and then the pathway going through. So what that does, where these intersection points are, is sort of where you want to put your action. So another way we could do this, we could frame it like this and say, okay, we're going to put the tree right here. Butterfly, it's too bad, sorry, you're not part of this painting. You're not interesting enough, right? So now the tree is kind of our central focus, and this is on this point. You know, maybe we might have our path or our river or whatever going through here, but you can see then that's kind of starting or disappearing right on that end point. And maybe where this area here is, maybe there's specifically a big mountain right there. Because Ideally what we have is the eye is sort of going in circles and forever getting trapped in this painting, as opposed to just sort of seeing this and walking on, right? So for instance, here we might see the butterfly, a yellow butterfly in a field of red, or not red, well, it could be a red of, let's say a yellow butterfly in a green field. It really stands out. So our eye's going to go right there, maybe hit this tree and come back, right? So when it comes to your painting here, you know, if I just zoom that in, instead of, like, right now, what you've got is this guy right here, and then you've got your horizon lines way up here. You kind of have this other thing, and then I guess maybe you've got this, but you could see that what ends up happening is you've got all of this empty space that's not being used. So instead, what we'd want to do would be probably, and I'm not saying you have to do this, or you, but let's say we kind of quickly do this, is what I might do instead would be to have, let's say, this person sitting right here, right? I might put the tops of that mountain, right? So you've got your clouds up here, and maybe your island is right there, right? And then this, does that make sense? So now this figure is on that point. We're going to come up, and now we don't, that middle ground space is not inactive. There's something there. Okay, does that make sense? Trying to illuminate a little bit of and it's not easy by any means, but I think kind of pulling a few things back towards the center, unless we've got something really, really interesting happening there. Because you've got this really bright yellow, like, rug that he's sitting on here. And so it's just pulls our attention to the bottom left corner. And so unless we had something that was even more wild and attractive to the eye in this area, our eye just kind of goes to the bottom and then just falls off the canvas. Cool. Yeah. Pascal says, like, instead of standing above him, I stand at his height. I think I got it, like in a photograph. Yeah. Yeah, because right now it's sort of like you're looking down over top of him and he's sort of looking up at you. And then that gives it this kind of a lot of empty space in the water. It's like, yeah, you say if you were to get down lower, and then his head might actually come up over top of the water, which would be a really effective strategy as well, right? Often I do that when I'm taking pictures of our daughter. If I'm trying to take a picture like this right above her, you know, sometimes her head just sort of disappears into the grass and things below, and sometimes I just take my camera and get down low so that her head now kind of rises up over the horizon, and then now it's just a big blue sky behind her head rather than this kind of gray concrete around, right? Okay. Here's another painting by Pascal. I think of this same figure, Father Comitus. That's great. So this is basically sort of what I was just talking about. Now you've got his head is sort of above the tree line here. I think that works much more effectively. Yeah, this one you've got much more of, you know, these figures are almost like right in that bottom third where that intersection point is between our columns and rows. Great job. And, you know, I should also say that for every person, the rule of thirds is a dominant compositional device in theory that artists, once you know a little bit of a rule of thirds, you're going to see it everywhere. You're going to see it on the cover of a newspaper every TV show and movie is constantly using the rule of thirds to compose images. The sort of the exception to the rule, if I can just take a quick little tangent, is a filmmaker called Wes Anderson. You know, like every Wes Anderson movie is constantly, everything is super symmetrical, right? Even if things aren't in the middle, he'll kind of create these kind of balanced dual kind of scenes, right? And because he does these things all the time, it just makes his movies really stand out as being very different than everything else anybody else is doing. So anyway, if you're like, I don't like this rule of thirds thing, well, there's lots of people who don't use it and have made very successful careers out of it. So this is Saint Sarkis Church in Yerevan after Martyros Saryan. Okay, I'm not familiar with these artists. I love learning about different artists. I wonder if this is another Armenian artist. We haven't done any, as far as I know, artists from Armenia. So that is something that I'll endeavor to do. And maybe I'll take a look at some of these artists, see if there's something we can do based on some of their works. So this water, I'm assuming that's water right here. The way it's painted makes me though think it could be a roof of some kind, right? So I'd have to look at the original here to see, to give you some better advice as to what the original artist is doing. That's a strange one. Pascal says, oh, if you have more than one vanishing point, the rule of third may change. Not really. It's independent of perspective. The rule of thirds is something totally different than perspective. I wouldn't say that the vanishing point would have any effect on the composition necessarily. I mean, interesting to think about, but says the fast water flow is what I was going for. Like the water shooting out of this valley. So first of all, I feel like I want to see some water like, is there more water up in the valley? And then when it comes out, I would expect it to be pushing outwards, almost like fingers of water coming towards us. Whereas right now, they're kind of more inverted, like this. Which makes some sense. Logically, I can comprehend it, but they're kind of matching like this. I think they still need to, like there's, yeah. I'll have to think about that one a little more. I'm just gonna push on because I got another like 150 images to look at here. This is cool. Pascal did this with some thick impasto. And wanted some advice on this. I think, I like how everything is sort of painted. I like the kind of the thickness of that paint. What I would say is, I think there's probably something to do with this elbow and arm, right? Like, it looks like a woman who's, if I turn this way, who's, she's wearing like a shirt or dress that's kind of pulled down and there's no straps. And how is it this way? So this needs to be defined, right? Her arm is kind of like this. So we need something a little bit darker. You've got a little bit of it here. This slightly different red or darker red or more opaque red. But what if we put a different color there again? You know, if we go to our color wheel, and if we have, you know, this red or a red maybe in between here, the opposite of that is a green. So just imagine if we took just a little bit of, you can either literally paint green into that area, that would work too, but you could also just take some green, you know, mix it with a couple of colors, whichever green you want to use, whether it's one of these or this, and just add it to your red. And so it's gonna pull that red towards the neutral core, which means it's not going to, if you add a lot of it, it's gonna go black. But if you add just a little bit of it, it's just gonna give some nuance into that space. Same sort of thing potentially on the other side, maybe in between her legs. Other than that, like, I think this is like a really fun painting. It looks like someone on a boat that's going out into the ocean. I like the thickness of paint there. I think I'm just thinking of a little bit of a tweak there just to define her body a little bit more. I mean, obviously we could add a lot of detail into her hand and all that kind of stuff, but I think it would maybe kill the spirit of the painting, which I think is there's a intense, like the way that these brush strokes up in the sky appear, it gives it more of you know, like we feel the weather, right? That thick impasto gives us, like, it helps us to, it communicates the feeling of that, maybe a windy day, or the water, which is kind of choppy. Like, maybe do we want a little bit of white caps on some of this water potentially? We've got mice in this house, and there I can hear a mouse running around behind me here somewhere. You know, there are... I have, like, PTSD from when I was young, living as a starving art student in New York City. I had some epic battles with mice and rats. So every time I hear them and that little squeaky sound they make, it just paralyzes me. Anyway, let's move on here and talk about Paula's artwork. So, this one here is like a river running through a forest. Looks great. And we can feel that water pouring down. I think, like Pascal, we were talking about, like, literally those lines kind of pointing right into the... Right, I think just like this, I think we want one or two of those lines literally pointing right into the source of that water. Just turn my ringer off here. Deborah says, I need a cat. The thing is I'm allergic to cats. Ugh. But I might have to bite the bullet. I spent $700 on getting Orkin to come over to the house to deal with things, but they say it's going to take a few weeks before the mice that are here meet their fate. And again, as a vegetarian, the idea of killing an animal is traumatic, but there's also the trauma of not being able to sleep. Anyway, this is great. Wow, this is also very different for you, Paula. This autumn walking. The thickness of the paint that you've applied here, I think it's certainly different than the way that you paint when you're painting in your sketchbook with watercolor. So I like seeing the thicker application of paint here is really nice. It almost looks like maybe there was a painting below that you painted over, perhaps? Either way, this is really nice. This is one of my favorite of your acrylic paintings that you've done. Very cool. I like that one a lot. Great job, Paula. Here's your painting of Boris Johnson. I like that. Great use, though, of, like, you know, talking about what we just, you know, so his face, lots of oranges and reds and things in there, and you've chosen to use those purples in opposition, like in like these kind of darker areas of his face. Really well done. Great job. There's your deer. That's great too. I love it. Whoa. I think you said this is made with watercolor paints that are behaving a lot like acrylic paints. I wonder, these are probably acrylic paints that come in tubes, right? And so it looks like you're applying that watercolor paint right out of the tube, potentially, directly onto a canvas. Which means, yeah, they are going to behave just exactly like acrylics. The one thing, and I would be speculating here, but the one thing I'd be worried about is if something like this got wet, and really you don't want any of your paintings getting wet, whether it's acrylic or oil or watercolor, but since this is watercolor and it is probably kept in its original solid state, it is possible that if this got wet or if it was hanging in a bathroom or something, that it could, all of that watercolor could get activated and just start dripping. Maybe. I could be totally wrong. Maybe there's someone who's more familiar with painting acrylic or watercolors in this way that would have more experience, but I don't know. Interesting. Here's your Elvis. That's funny. That's great. You know, I think one of the things when I painted this Elvis, the original, he's got quite the shadow on this left side of his face. And you may want to think about also quite darkening, you know, that one side. If you're interested in getting a little closer to the original, just something to kind of notice. I like this fox on the side of the road here. Very cool. Again, got a lot of stuff, Paula. You're so busy making all your work. I love this one too. We looked at this one a while ago. You combine these two Sonia Delaunay paintings into one, and you said a friend really liked it, so you gave it to them as a present. That's great. And you framed it, and it looks great framed. Well done. Wow, this is also really nice. This little river, water flowing down the river. Based on a Van Gogh. Huh. I am not familiar with this Van Gogh painting. That is interesting. I'll have to look that up. I can't think of which one that is. And the original there, it says Van Gogh, but inspired by Van Gogh. That's definitely not a Van Gogh painting. It looks like someone was inspired by Van Gogh, painted that painting, and then you painted your version based on that painting. You know, again, this is a similar sort of thing, like what is happening in our middle ground? And I think a lot of the times as artists, we think about foreground and background. And often the middle ground is sort of a space that is not really activated. And I think you can either think about trying to ignore it by, like we were talking with Pascal, changing the perspective and bringing it down so that it's just sort of just barely there. We don't really see much of this water space. But like, I wonder what this is here, and if it can be developed or something could be there, whether it's waves or an island or a canoeist or a float plane landing there or a reflection from the sun into the water. I feel like something needs to be developed in that area. We'll talk about all these later in a future episode. Wow, Apollo's talking about these new paint pens, or not paint pens, but just pens altogether, fine art markers. Wow, these are great. This looks like watercolor though, right? Maybe you used it in addition to it. This is definitely done with the pens. But I think you can also, sometimes these pens, you can actually activate them with a little bit of water. You can paint, so you can draw and then take a paintbrush with just water on it and paint on it, and it'll kind of smear and smudge those lines. And if you do it deliberately, it can be really exciting. So these look great. I actually think this might be something you should really explore a lot more of. Because I love, especially these flowers on the right, and that bold green in the behind there, that slightly lime green. Really neat choice for a background. I'd love to see more of those, Paula. Paula did a flag for American Independence Day. We'll talk about that in an upcoming episode. That. Got a lot of stuff that we'll talk about in the future. There was a Robin Williams. A few people did some Robin Williams paintings recently. Again, using these purples and things in the face sometimes seems counterintuitive, but it really does create a lot of like life in a person's face. Just skipping over a bunch of things that we'll talk about in future episodes. Wow, these dolphins jumping in the water. Is the water really that green? Which one are Deborah says, Michael, do you not see Monet's wife with the dog? Which one are you talking about? Which one? Where was the... Oh, I definitely see the Monet there, but this is not exactly like the Monets of the dog, for sure. Yeah, Lolly says, Paula, the autumn scenes are particularly stunning. I love them, yes. Pascal also says, I really like the autumn walking. Paula also did a painting of my daughter playing at the beach on Pender Island when I went away for vacation a while ago. I love that. That's so sweet. Thank you so much, Paula. I really love that. I really appreciate that. Here's your painting in honor of the Queen. Oh, you did two of them here, so here's another one. This one is also very effective. I mean, that's pretty good. But that one, you really get pretty close to getting her face, like getting a true likeness here. And even the way that you did her hair, she had thin gray hair. And so your choice to kind of just paint this with basically the same colors that are in her face works really well here. It really kind of captures kind of the lightness of her hair. I like that. That's some really nice subtle brushwork in there, subtle color choices. And this one, I think, was based on a painting Richard was inspired by or painted. I couldn't find the original, though. Oh, so here's another one you said was based on a Van Gogh. Oops, where did that go? Yeah, that's definitely not a Van Gogh painting. Somebody just probably put it on the internet and called it Van Gogh or something. Sorry, they're a little disorganized here. Your painting of Trudeau and Cézanne. I love all these. These are pretty funny. Wow, these are great. That one's really nice, Paula. Your landscapes are getting really, really strong. That's really, really exciting to see the development of your process here as you go. So here's another painting by someone in your version. Wow. That's amazing. I actually think I prefer... Yeah, I definitely prefer your version over the original. I'm assuming that's what it's inspired by, right? Is this... Oh no, is that yours? Yeah, that's great, Paula. You should do more like this. I'd love to see more... Because what this tells me is this is probably took you a little bit longer and it was done a little bit more carefully. And I think seeing some of these ones where you take a little bit more time on are the ones I get most excited about. I'm not surprised, right? Most of the time, if you spend a little bit more time on artwork, you're going to be able to add a little bit more refinement. But I think these ones turned out really, really well. That's great. Okay, I'm just acknowledging the time here. I'm going to be here all night. Wow, and this one, these brush strokes. Is this from a tutorial or something? Because it looks like a particular kind of approach to painting flowers and leaves. But this has turned out really nice. I mean, there's just so much stuff here, Paula. We could just do a whole episode of what you're... Now, did you do this, or is this based on somebody else's again? I'm not sure. Anyway, I'm going to move on because they're just... Okay, so here's Peter's. I love that Peter says he's been pretty busy, so he didn't have time, but he painted this stool in the style of The Simpsons, and Homer disappearing into the bush, which is a pretty iconic moment from The Simpsons. I like this a lot. Very simple, too, but very effectively done. Yeah, I don't have anything to say about that. Great job, Peter. It's nice to see you in the community again. Here's now Richard, inspired by this painting, and sorry, I have a little visitor, a guest chewing on something. Ooh. Okay, gives me shivers. I can't remember who did this painting. Is that Lauren Hare? No, not A.Y. Jackson. Maybe is that A.Y. Jackson? Can't tell. But I think this is, or maybe it's Franklin Carmichael. Maybe is that why this is called Carmichael Bay? Maybe Franklin Carmichael painted that. And then Deborah says A.Y. Jackson. Okay. And then this is Richard's version of it. Wow. 3 very different images. So there's the original by A.Y. Jackson. This is the actual location. And then your painting of it. Interesting. Okay, so let me see, just get a piece of paper here. So just thinking about composition again. So if we just look at what makes the original, like we have all these rolling hills, and I can see your attempt to try to replicate it here. And, you know, again, A.Y. Jackson is one of Canada's greatest artists of all time, so it's tricky. But what I would think about is a few things. One of which is you could see this view, I think, is great because these rocks kind of rise up higher and literally go in front of your background. And that would probably be an easy... This type of composition would be probably easier than tackling it in this way. But A.Y. Jackson is one of the greatest artists of all time, so he's really sort of showing off a little bit by having these kind of this hill kind of below the background, and you're trying to do it here as well. It's a little but it's tricky to pull off. Like, so that's why, you know, my instinct would be to kind of go closer to this version, which is, let's say if I is to really think of bringing this rock that's in the foreground up. so that the one in behind is lower. And then this, right, and if you've got some of these trees here. And then you have to kind of build up all these rocks. But, you know, with yours, what you've got here, I think the difference we've got is you brought, well, maybe I'll just draw it again down here just so we can see the difference. So I think it's the same, like now we're really looking down into the space, which is pretty tricky to pull off, like looking downward as opposed to straight on into the painting. I think like this is probably would be much easier and probably the view that I would choose, because I don't think I'm as good as A.Y. Jackson being able to replicate this composition, because that is like, what's tricky about that is that the trees, like the top of this tree is going to be probably closer to us than the bottom of that tree, because we're kind of like looking down onto it as opposed to the side of it, and those little things can really give an artist a big headache. I love the texture you've got on these hills. This might have been painted on location, and being able to do this on site, it would have been a major achievement. It's just that all of this water, that viewpoint, it's similar to like this. And it looks like we've talked about a number of people who've had the same sort of situation, is trying to people painting things in this 3/4 view. And if you think about it as like, so there's one thing of painting someone's face straight on, and then there's another of painting from the side view. The most complex though is painting the 3/4 view, because now we've got like one side of the face is further away and it's smaller and maybe in shadow, versus straight on, everything's kind of symmetrical, or this side where we've just got one eye. When you get that 3/4, it's tricky. So you could just almost imagine the difference between drawing a face this way, drawing a face that way, and drawing a face kind of semi-turned, right? So anyway, I'm probably just kind of rambling on a little bit here, but that you're really choosing probably the most complex view possible from a perspective and compositional point of view. I like this called Green Dawn. I feel like, so this is great. I mean, it almost verges on abstraction, where you know, it just becomes like stripes. I think what really benefits this painting is what you've got down here on the bottom with this maybe it's a pathway or sand or something here, and then the grass above it. I almost want to see something that breaks these different stripes, almost like a tree or a bigger piece of grass or a person walking by, something that kind of cuts up, because what that does is it helps create depth when you have things that are behind other things, right? So if almost like if this grass was even taller and it was coming up in front of there, I don't know. Again, that would be something, and you don't have to, like, what's his name? There's a Canadian Japanese artist. He's on my list of people to do. Is it Watanabe? I have to think about it rather than kind of spending time researching. But there is artists who have made paintings just like this, deliberately blurring the line between an abstraction and a representational landscape painting, and it can be kind of really fascinating to see those things happening together. I know there were some other paintings you've done here, but we'll talk about them in future episodes because we'll group them with all the other like paintings. Here's winter vegetation near where I live. So this is also cool. I think it also presents similar sort of issues, though. Like this empty space in the middle. So my instinct would be to do something with that. Like maybe there's footprints here, or, you know, of a person, or of a wolf, or a rabbit, and maybe you have a little rabbit ears poking out over here. Something I feel like to break up this big empty space. You know, it's interesting thinking about like the rule of thirds and what we're talking about, because often what ends up happening is people will just leave the center of the painting blank. And we saw this like with Pascal as well, right? Like everything is kind of off on the side, and we have this big middle space that's empty. And the same thing here, because the idea, like, oh, I guess I'm supposed to put everything off on the side. You don't have to put everything off on the side, but like a couple key things on those intersection points, it can be helpful. And you've kind of got that happening, like even with your, I mean, like the rule of thirds, you know, this sun might be a little bit closer in here, and these trees might be a little bit in here. The pathway, or maybe this is a riverbed or something. There might be some rocks or leaves, or a little, like, let's say there was a little rabbit that came down here that was sipping water out of here. Yeah, what could go in the middle of that space, Richard, would be what I would say. That's great. So I like this a lot too. So this is really effective. Okay, I've got it now. This is really, I've got to. Is it Watanabe? Okay. Maybe it's Tony only I'm thinking about. Yeah. So you could see, you know, these paintings here where it's just like totally abstract landscapes. He's got some other ones that are really big and wide, and they're really neat. This is not the artist I'm thinking of. I can't remember who it is. I thought it was Watanabe. No, I'll have to think about it. Anyway, this is very cool. This also has a bit of like a group of 7 quality here. I love the hyper contrast between the dark side of the tree and the light that's hitting this side, right? It really gives so much depth to this painting. It really tells us like where that light is coming from. Like the light is pretty strong, coming raking in and kind of low across there. Like, I wonder if we even need this thing there, or we need more of it. Or do we need something over the horizon? Like, I could see the sun... I mean, you wouldn't want to do that because you'd have to redo the whole sky, but, you know, I could see the sun being right here, or low cloud coming across, or something over here. Anyway, I'm going to keep on moving. Oh, and then was your sketch. This is great. I love this sketch. interesting. You had that little log there. Great instincts, though. This is beautiful, too. I love this painting. This reminds me of a painting A.Y. Jackson did. His first kind of big breakthrough painting, which really was the painting that got the group of seven to, or the people that became the group of seven, got them together. A.Y. Jackson did something similar to this, with a big shadow of a tree that it's kind of facing the other way, that's coming towards us. Very cool. Yeah, awesome. Sorry, I have to move on. Still got another like 50 of these to go through. So I'm not sure, Robin, what we're looking at here. I think Robin took a couple of existing art. This is Warhol. I'm not sure whose this is, though. And then kind of collaged them together to create their own painting, which I think turned out great. Like, I think this is a better painting than the original, whoever did this one. You know, and I think the Warhol is interesting, but I think your version of it is better than the two of them combined. Why isn't this one worth millions of dollars? This is great. Very cool. Yeah, or is the face a little bit asymmetrical? You know, like if we rotate this, one eye is going to be definitely much higher than the other. But when we're looking at it from this point of view, I think it looks totally fine. I think it looks great. That's a really fun, wild painting. And Robin also included this. So this is a Peter Doig painting called The Architect's House, which is a very famous contemporary. Peter Doig, remember we did the canoeist, the guy in the canoe. This painting I think sold for something like $80-90 million just recently. But this is your version of it. This is a painting I really wanted to do when we were talking about Peter Doig. It is a little bit more complex, so that's why I didn't choose it. So I'm proud of you, Robin, for taking it on. But you did a pretty good job of painting this very complicated painting with all of these branches that are tangled in front of it, and your version really captures the spirit of it pretty well. Like, I don't know. I mean, maybe it's a little bit darker, the building and the grass and stuff there. Potentially, you know, this grass on the bottom and bottom right could have been darker. It certainly would be impossible to start trying to adjust at this point. But I think you did a pretty respectable job getting to this point. Okay, let's look at Sandra's work here. We started off the day with Sandra, now we're kind of circling back here. So this is a painting, I'm trying to remember who inspired this painting. And which one is, so I think this is the original. And this is yours, Sandra, if I recall. Very cool. Very fun. Like, what on earth is going on here? Like, where are we? The one thing I would say is that some of these lines on the side are like, so currently you've got this shape, and some of these lines kind of curve and they get straight. What I would say is probably all of these lines should still have some curve, even if they're just barely curving, because if they get straight like that, that tells us that the perspective is pretty extreme, right? I just don't see, there's not enough space for this line to get straight between here and here. Like, those straight lines, in fact, if anything, as we go down here, we would expect these lines to get more and more curvy as opposed to getting less curvy. Because if they're straight down here, it's actually more likely that they would start rounding up rather than curving down. I think, anyway. I'm just thinking off the top of my head, just looking at it, but here's Sandra met up with our good friend Benv. They did some drawings together. And then Sandra tried to do this Ivanovsky painting of the water, which, you know, was one of the, I think one of the fun paintings that is probably one of the trickier ones we've done, but really captured the nice glow in the water, I think, very, very effectively. But yeah, this is Ivanovsky is, or was, and is sort of seen now as like probably the greatest water ocean painter of all time. Also happened to be Ukrainian. So this one was almost bigger bite for us to chew on, but it was also the most simple painting, if you can believe it, by this great artist. Sandra did the Matisse painting and the Seurat painting. I actually really like the way that you did this, Sandra. I like the kind of purple colors that you put in here. I think are very effective. Maybe that was sort of maybe you weren't happy with the background and you're sort of adding purple over top. But I think that's, again, great instinct, right? Because if you're painting and it's just not turning out the way that the original one, there's no reason why you can't just take a left turn and just sort of change it into whatever way you like. Rick says, thank you, Michael. You've helped so much. Oh, I love that. Thank you. Thanks, Deborah and Richard. Love you guys. Here's a shot of Sandra's studio and the Tarsila do Amaral painting we did. Turned out great. Here's Sandra's Ted Harrison painting, which also turned out great. An abstract composition she was doing. Wow. Yeah, it's cool. You know, you could see how, you know, if you're just wanting to fill up space in your house with some images, creating some big, colorful paintings just like this can easily, you know, you can go buy a canvas for, a bigger canvas for $40 from Art Supply Store, put some big colors and lines on it just like this, and boom, you got some really gorgeous art that could cost thousands of dollars at an art gallery. Not saying you shouldn't go support your local artists at art galleries, but often I see people just, you know, I go to IKEA to buy, you know, light bulbs and stuff, and on the way out I just see people with these carts full of this generic artwork that they sell there, and I think like, oh, you know, you could take it 10 minutes to make something like that and you'd save it so much money and it would be your own artwork. Anyway, let's look at Charmai's art here. Love these drawings of the Queen, are fantastic, Charmai. Wow. These are beautiful. Are you kidding me? I wish I hadn't been so busy a few weeks ago. It would have been nice to have done a painting of the Queen. Maybe next year, or maybe on her birthday, even though she's no longer alive, maybe we could do something like that. Unless people really want a painting of Charles or Camilla, right? I'm sure there's probably a lot of you who are just eager to do a Prince Charles or King Charles painting. But these are really nice. Great job, you know, it's pretty tough to do, you know, a drawing like this of a female face, because often what people do is they'll kind of go a little bit overboard with the lines, especially around the nose and mouth. So you showed a great deal of restraint here on kind of just doing the absolute minimum. And because the more and more lines you put on a female face, immediately the older that they'll look, right? Men, you can just put lines everywhere and it'll be fine. But, and you know, those are obviously just conventions of modern art. And they play into, you know, our cultural stereotypes and norms of gender and all that kind of stuff. But, you know, unless you want to try to overturn hundreds and hundreds of years of tradition, which is, I think, is well overdue. That's sort of the situation. Charmai's, this is great. I remember we looked at this painting in the past, and so she's gifted it to a friend. It was a painting of a father of one of her dear friends. And so here's that woman here. Look how happy she is with this painting. I think that's so cool. Man, oh man, like something like that, like, you know, if it's like, especially a loved one who's passed away, and having a painting as opposed to just a photograph on the wall is just so much more personal, right? And I think also just other people really appreciate that. Like, wow, you really looked at my father's face for hours and hours to try to get it right. Like, you probably looked at that photograph more than I've ever looked at that photograph, kind of thing, right? Really well done. So Ling here. This is a digital painting without. She took the flowers out, so did it on the computer. This is actually, we'll talk about Robert Henry in a future episode. So, but I just wanted to show this here. That's great. So Ling, welcome to the group. And now we got Stacy. Stacy's, I think, been patiently waiting in the chat there. And so here, let's turn our attention to your work, Stacy. This is the Louis Wayne paint. We did 2 Louis Wayne. The other one was much more psychedelic, abstract painting. This one I loved. Actually, no, we're going to talk about Louis Wayne in the future, so let's just zip by that. And we'll talk about it with all the other ones together, right? Because yeah, when did have we done the Louis? We haven't talked about the Louis Wayne ones yet, I don't think. But this here, Stacy wanted to try doing this Vermeer in a bunch of different materials. So I think up here we've got, this is your soft pastel. Here you've got acrylic. Here's gouache. Here's oil pastel. And then watercolor. And then here's the original, like the postcard that you used as reference. Wow. So let's just look. There's your watercolor. Watercolor turned out really well, especially up in her hair. I mean, her face looks great too, but it's pretty hard to get those subtle transitions with watercolor, right? The oil pastel, that's talk about tricky to use for this type of image, because it doesn't really blend. Like, kind of blends, but your soft pastel blends maybe the easiest, but you're also drawing this very textured paper, which reveals a lot of like these little. If you were to do this again, you may want to think about just using like a much smoother paper, like you did for maybe some of the other ones. And your acrylic, that is very interesting. How you decided, it's almost like you approached the acrylic like you would. Like this very strong contrast, these lines here, would be maybe how I would have approached the oil pastel, right? Which you kind of did, I guess. That's great. These are all really interesting. And this is wild, because I love that you painted on top of this piece of paper. That is really interesting. What a great way to recycle, but also, you know, like you didn't paint over all of it. You left some of it here for us to see for some reason. So that's a very artistic gesture there. Modern or contemporary artists would do something similar to this. And you've got, you know, you're using the opposite color here in the shadow, which also is very effective. This is great. Well done, Stacy. I like how you really tried to use different materials and to kind of investigate them and see which ones were working most effectively for you. because, you know, by trying those different materials, you're probably finding a few that you really like, and some you're like, well, maybe I like this one less, or maybe it's not the ideal one for this particular situation. But all really fantastic efforts here. I have a project at the university I teach at where I make my students do something very similar to this, and not only just use traditional art materials like this, but also use ketchup and mustard and mayonnaise and ice and all sorts of random materials, which they hate me for at first, but when they see all the results that come up, that's usually pretty cool. We're going to talk about your Elvis's one in a future episode when we look at them all together, but it's just nice to see all of your paintings all together like this. These are actually, that's quite big. Oh, wow, that's cool. It did turn out really well. I'm just going to move on here. These are some your practices, the practice paintings that you made based on family members. Wow. That's great. Huh. Really well done. It does kind of look like her eyes are wide open here, and there's no so this is kind of tricky. You could see in the original how we had the same color on her cheeks as they are on the top of her eyelids here, and whereas yours kind of got a little bit purpley on here, which is not a problem. I mean, obviously it looks like you're using watercolors, which is like the least forgiving material ever. I find watercolors just like scary hard. So yeah, I admire anyone who wants to really investigate that material. I mean, I'm just nitpicking here, but I think, you know, overall the painting is really fantastic. And then this one here is also fantastic. So there's the original. Well, what can I say? What can I offer as a help? I mean, one thing I've noticed in this one, and even this one, is that the color of the skin on the faces is different than the neck and the arms and stuff. We see that down here a little bit as well. And that's not uncommon. In fact, it's probably something most people do, often because we start to overwork the face more than we do other parts of the body. So there's supposed to be multiple layers of color on there, and that's just like a practice thing. The more and more you do, the more you can kind of treat the whole painting equally, so that not one area is kind of more worked than another. And again, easier said than done for sure, but I think would be the ultimate goal, to try to kind of create a consistency throughout the whole body. But yeah, great work. I think these are really effective. I don't know if these are photos. I think these are photos of your own family, and that's great to practice on. And I don't want to discourage you. I do think, though, that one thing that if you're trying to draw people or animals that you're super familiar with, it can kind of set yourself up for some failure or disappointment, because you're so familiar with the way they look that if you're 1% off, you feel like you might as well be 99% off. So that's why, like, if you're painting just random people from magazines, you just get some tennis magazine or whatever, and you don't even know who the name of a single tennis player, perfect, because if it doesn't look like that person, and who knows, right? Versus if you're trying to paint somebody that you're very familiar with, if it doesn't look like them, you can kind of feel a little bit bummed. They might feel a little bit bummed. So it's a great idea to practice on people that you don't know. But I think you did a pretty good job, like, getting the likenesses out of these anyway. This is a Cezanne done in watercolor. That's great. Cezanne is certainly an interesting figure because of how he played with perspective. So, you know, like when I was talking about like Richard and Pascal and kind of that 3/4 point of view, one of the things with Cezanne that he's kind of famous for is deliberately playing with the angle we're looking at, which is why Picasso and Braque were so in love with Cezanne and basically saw him as the father of Cubism, is because of kind of how wonky Cezanne's perspectives are. Which always, you know, if you're trying to replicate a Cezanne and you don't do it exactly like Cezanne, it can kind of look like you did something wrong. You're like, no, look at the original. It's pretty weird to begin with. And you're like, oh yes, it is, yes, huh, interesting. But what was I say about this? You know, being done in watercolor and maybe pastel or pencil crayon in there is it's pretty, you know, it's an interesting, because I don't think he ever used crayon or pastel, in maybe chalk pastel, but not oil pastel. So kind of an interesting bringing different mediums into there. So here's the James Gurney one that we did months ago, and your version of it I think is quite effective. A couple of things is I would try to bring some of these warmer purpley blues that you've got here in your middle to background into your foreground, and keep some of these cooler blues in the background, because what that does is it just kind of it shrinks the space. And I think a big part of this is the depth of this just like infinite expanse flying over a mountainous landscape in this balloon. So I think we want a little bit warmer colors in the foreground. You got these warmer browns, but in the shadows of this building, I think we want some of these kind of warmer purpley colors, purpley blues and ultramarine warm blues down here. Not a big deal, but just, I think, again, just really thinking about the use of warm and cool colors, and putting your warm colors in the foreground, cool colors in the background. And sometimes, yes, there are a little, we kind of might have some cooler colors in the foreground, but even then, that's why I like using that warm imprimatura, is that even if you do put some cooler colors in the foreground, they're kind of grounded literally with a warmer color. But this is pretty exceptional. This was a tricky painting to do, so I'm pretty proud of you for getting that far. That's awesome. And this is quite interesting. I wonder what material did you use for this? Is that oil pastel, I think. So this is Monet's Garden in oil pastel. Wow. That's pretty, I like how this turned. Maybe did you draw this on a black piece of paper, maybe even? Or painted it black and then painted or drew over top of it? That is, what an interesting method here. I like how that turned out. I wonder if he ever did something like that. Painted the back, like put a black imprimatura, right? So that's where I was talking about doing the paintings with of the card poker playing dogs, because we haven't really talked about an imprimatura that's been black or really dark before. We've always kind of gone for something much lighter, which is, you know, 99.9% of paintings use that much darker background, or much lighter color, or white itself, right, versus black, because it presents some issues which we'll talk about. Here Stacy said, I think if I paraphrase, you wrote something, Stacy, that you were thinking about getting your hair cut shorter, so you made a painting of yourself with shorter hair, so you could kind of see what it looked like a little bit. I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. So that, first of all, I think that's a fantastic idea. So interesting to take your own face, draw your own self-portrait, and then to give yourself a different hairstyle. Just to see what that could possibly look like. I love that. And the painting itself is fantastic. You know, I think your head is definitely bigger than your body in here. Maybe that's how it looks in person. But, you know, if we were to talk about your neck, probably starts, you know, if we... so let's say you've got your head here and your hair. Right now, your neck is basically at the edge of your lips here, right? And so that makes the rest of this look kind of cartoony, versus probably your neck would be more like that. Maybe a little bit thinner, but somewhere like that. And then, you know, your shoulders are kind of here. I would probably expect your shoulders to be maybe a little bit wider. Not a big deal. It's just one of those things that, you know, I notice. And some people obviously do that super deliberately. And some people do that and they can't figure out what's wrong, right? So, Stacy says, yep, you're right on the haircut. That's awesome. Cool. Quinn says, hi, I'm taking your online course for school and I'm loving it. Thank you so much for making these episodes. I love your style and the way you teach everything. Thanks so much, Quinn. That's awesome. That's great. I love that you're doing the drawing class or the painting class for school, and it's helping you in your actual studies. That makes me really excited. So here Stacy did this octopus that... Who's it? Was Eleanor that did the octopus earlier on? And again, is this... Did Stacy, did you do this based on Eleanor's painting that when she posted it? Or is there this image floating around on the internet somewhere of this very colorful octopus that people are doing? I'm just curious either way. But very cool. This turned out great. And I also love, what are these kind of little lines in here? Come on. Looks like almost like a fork, like you painted it and then scraped into it with a fork, perhaps, in the background. Maybe? I don't know. It looks great, though. I love all those colors. It's really, really neat. And here's your old guitarist. That's great. That turned out really well. I like the warm yellow imprimatur coming through those layers of paint. Just gives it that kind of nice glow. Right? Maybe, you know, that's what I did on my painting, and obviously I am into using that warm yellows and imprimatura, and maybe it counteracts the sadness and sickliness of the original painting, but, you know, I don't know if I want to have a sad old guitarist on the wall of my house. I kind of want it to be a little bit of a positive spin on that. Here's your Picasso with the other one was a Picasso too, but this is the Harlequin and Acrobat. Oh, it says right up top there. That turned out great too. These are fantastic. Oh, and this might have been in response to, I think you posted this in response to Paula's version of the of Robin Williams. So you did Robin Williams as Mrs. Doubtfire and Mork and Mindy. And what's he doing in that beard? I can't remember what. I think in your original post you mentioned the different films of his but you did a pretty good job of getting a likeness out of him here, especially your Miss Doubtfire is bang on. That's great. And then you've got the Smoking Skeleton by Van Gogh. That is also really well done. Yeah, fantastic. I think a little bit inside here in the rib cage, it's a little bit less defined, because I think that his spine is still visible. But I mean, again, nitpicking, not a big deal. You've done a great job. I'm going to move on here. So here's just some drawings from someone in our drawing course. This is Sven, and who sent me a bunch of these images. I think these are on Instagram. And drawing maybe some logos for his family, maybe. Learning about perspective here. That one's pretty tricky. Definitely. And these are some of the first exercises, I think, in the drawing course. And I'm proud of you for just drawing it right in your sketchbook. That's great. And the guitar. Wow. Well done. Yeah, I'm so proud of everyone for doing those classes. You could see, if you're watching and you're like, oh, that's interesting, you can see how many people have found them really, really helpful, and it's free, just a little bit of your time. And if you can learn some of those basic drawing skills, I guarantee you it's going to help your paintings immeasurably. So if you're finding you're constantly running into issues with your painting, I think it's probably less of the way that you mix color and apply the paint and brushstroke technique. It's probably in the drawing that underlies. It's like, I was thinking of it as like the foundation of a house, and if the foundation isn't solid, then it doesn't matter, you know, what you do with the plumbing or electrical in your house. It's gonna fall down, right? So you need that solid structure from which to work. And then we've got some, I don't know how, Vanya's paintings or drawings here. These are great. I like these. Wow. These are interesting. Two very different, but they both have so much personality. I don't really have much to say about these. I think they turned out really, really well. I know that there's a bunch more that you've done, Vanya, but there are brand new paintings that we haven't talked about yet. Let's look at I think we've got 5 more to look at. We're almost done here, folks. So look at that hummingbird by Kushik. Another person doing our drawing course. That looks great, Kushik. What would I say? I mean, I potentially underneath here, underneath the beak, could be darker. Like if we darkened this area a little bit more, I think that would be really effective. Otherwise, it's pretty good. Pretty darn good. Maybe you know, I would also do is I would darken that eye. I think if that eye was like as black as you can make it, obviously keep the highlight in there, but that would be really important. Usually the darkest part of if it's a face, the darkest part should probably be the pupils of the eye, right? Because that's where we want people's attention to go to usually anyway. And so you want to make it as easy as possible for them to spot it. And Kushik as well. Here's this watermelon. That's great. Yeah. What's going on here at the bottom? As I look at it, okay, so let's just take a little quick detour here. If I look at this, so currently what we've got is this. So what we're looking at is you're showing us the top of this piece of watermelon and the bottom simultaneously, which is sort of like impossible. So I think what we want is something where it just sort of, oops, it just disappears like that. So we're just seeing the side, and then the bottom of your watermelon sort of just disappears underneath. I feel like this would be kind of like a shadow underneath. Because right here, it's kind of confusing, because this is like, how is it that we can see that bottom part of the watermelon? And then also, again, I should just, so you've kind of got that angle here. See how when I drew mine, these are parallel to one another, right? That would be your goal, is to kind of create them parallel so they're not diverging like that. And Lucy, maybe? The dog from our drawing class, that looks great. I love how, especially how you darkened underneath the body with those far legs. Absolutely awesome. That's really important to kind of help create depth. And then someone with the mysterious name M drew their hand, and look at that. Fantastic. Wow. Great job. I love the attention to detail. See how like every part of this hand is a level of gray, except maybe a little bit of white at the tips, right? So you can literally just put your hand down on the paper and like, how much of my hand is actually white? Well, really not really any of it. Maybe a little bit where the light is hitting it, but you know, everything else is got a little bit of color to it, or in this instance is kind of gray. And here's another student here, Maylene, doing the cubes and stuff. That's awesome. So proud of all of you guys. There is lots more work that you guys have posted to the Facebook group, but those are for future episodes, so that you know, there's the, you know, we've got our Bertha Morisot, and we've got the portrait of the postman, Joseph Roulet, and so on and so on and so on. So we'll get to all of those paintings in a future episode where we can get all of them together, so we can see all of the Bertha Morisots all together. I just want to, just before we sign off, just as a quick reminder to anyone who found these episodes to be in any way helpful, to consider liking, subscribing, hitting that notification bell. Starting next, or this coming Thursday, I guess, we're looking at the art of Emily Carr, and then Tom Thompson, and the entire group of 7, which, if you're not from Canada, are the most important artists really in Canadian history. And so we're going to work our way through all of those artists, all the way, that'll take us all the way until the new year. As well as, if you want to make a donation, there's the PayPal link in the description below, or you can use the Super Chat function. Who used the Super Chat function earlier? I was Holly. So, if you found some of my feedback or advice useful, helpful, and that might help you to become a better artist, then help me keep this whole situation up and running with a donation as little as $1, right? You can also contact me via the Facebook group or my email on my website. All of those links are in the description below. So, thank you everyone for your incredible artwork and for sharing it with me and all of the other people here in our community. I can't believe it just keeps on growing. We're over 500 people now. Each one of these episodes has usually 400 to 500 to tens of thousands of people who've watched them. And the way that this channel grows is when people like yourselves become involved. One of the things that I think would be super helpful thinking about that is if you were to go back to one of your favorite episodes that you felt was like a breakthrough for you, or you enjoyed you found it particularly useful, is if you can go back to that episode on YouTube and leave a comment there. Or you can also go to some of the other ones that you felt were more difficult than you expected or easier than you expected, and leave comments on those episodes. Because most of those episodes, even though we streamed them live, have one or no comments at all, right? And you know, if you're scanning through some of those videos in the future, or other people are, and they're like, oh, no one left a comment, maybe this is not an interesting episode that's worth my time, versus if you'd go back and leave just a quick one-sentence comment. And if everyone who's watching right now just left 1 or 2 comments on their favorite episodes, that would really, really help, right? Thank you again, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your evening, and we'll see you guys on Thursday, and we'll be ready to make a new painting. Have a great night. We'll talk to you guys again soon. Good night.